Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. So here we are starting PDC Conf for 2021. I'm Alok Agrawal from Techaholic, and I would like to welcome you all to the two packed days of technology sessions. Some of us met in 2019 at the PowerShell Asia conference in Bangalore, and we had made a commitment of making this event bigger and larger. The PDC Conf 2021, where we have four tracks, two cloud tracks. We have one DevOps and one PowerShell track. We are spreading this event across the 2 days, and today we are going to start with a keynote from Satyavel, who heads the product for Azure Infrastructure Code at Microsoft. So I would like to welcome Satyavel. Please welcome Satyavel, everyone. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Alok. On behalf of everyone, welcome to PDC. I'm super excited to come and chat with you all today. My name is Satyavel. I head our Azure Infrastructure as Code solutions in Azure. This is both the internal tools we use to deploy to all the data centers, as well as our external customer offerings. As you can see, I have a very popular first name. So in case you came here thinking you'll meet Satya Nadella, I am sorry to disappoint you about that. But I'm excited because co-presenting with me today is Azure Frankel, who leads our Azure Bicep Infrastructure as Code efforts in Azure, as well as Jason Helmick, who leads the PowerShell investments in Azure. So I'm super excited and happy to have them come and co-present with me today. But before I get started, Twitter told me today that it's one of our co-host Ravikant's birthday. So on behalf of all of us, Ravikant, wishing you a very happy birthday. I like to always share a little bit about myself. So I actually grew up in southern India in a city called Chennai. I got a scholarship, and so I went to the University of Alabama in the US. And after a year, I don't know whether Alabama was not ready for me or I wasn't ready for Alabama, but I decided I needed to transfer, and so I moved to Atlanta, Georgia. I went to school there for about 3 years. And then I got an internship at Microsoft. And so I went to Seattle, Washington, had a great, amazing internship. I had an opportunity to actually visit Bill Gates at his house, with one of my best experiences of my life. And then I came back to Microsoft as a full-time employee, and I worked on a product called System Center Operations Manager, which is a monitoring solution. Worked on that product for about 4 years. And then this new business called Azure started. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was really get into this new space. And so our team really, Alex, myself, Jason, really are focused around how do we help internal teams deploy their services across all the different data centers in Azure, as well as helping our external customers deploy their services in Azure in an automated way. And so that's really been our focus. One of the things, I think looking at myself, and I think Jeffrey Snover gave this example a long time ago, where he talked about pets and cattle. And, a lot of us came from the on-premise world, where we had our servers and we used to give our servers names, and we used to, patch them, update them, change the drivers when something went wrong. But with the advent of cloud, the scale of the resources that we need to manage and the way we manage those resources has completely changed. And really the only effective way to manage these resources, these cloud resources at scale, is to automate things. So today, one of the things that we wanted to do as a group was actually share a little bit about, what are some of the choices when it comes to automation? What tools do we have there? As well as talk about what tools that we use internally at Microsoft and share some of those experiences. when a customer comes to Azure, right, regardless of what size of customer they are, they all go through this journey, and we call it the crawl, walk, run journey. Where when they first,
sorry to interrupt. Should we be seeing your screen right now?
Yes, you should be.
Okay.
Thank you for letting me know that.
No problem. I saw it for a second, and then it went away.
I saw it for a second too. I see it now, I think. All right. So, when a customer comes to the cloud, I think they go through this progression of maturity, and we call it the crawl, walk, run progression. When they first come in, they usually go and use the Azure portal or whatever the cloud provider portal, create their resources. And it's really a great way to learn about the product, the resources that are available. After that, there comes a point when you can do clickety-click 100 times to create 100 VMs, for example, right? And you really need to automate that. And our customers start to look at tools such as infrastructure as code tools, such as ARM templates and Bicep, Terraform. And a lot of them also use tools such as PowerShell and CLI to provision their resources. One interesting fact is 86% of about all resources created declaratively in Azure are actually done through ARM templates. And one thing that I think, have learned through our experience is a lot of customers actually like to use the cloud-native tools to provision their infrastructure, which is something unique, I think, that we've learned over the time as well. Now, after our customers, you really go through this journey of automating things. And when there are more teams that are working and contributing towards these different services, there comes a point when you want to start to orchestrate your deployments, right? So you don't want to just deploy once. You want to kind of deploy on a continuous basis and almost deploy daily or multiple times a day. And that's when you need to start looking at orchestration tools. Some of these common orchestration tools, many of you probably heard of, are Azure DevOps, GitHub Actions, Jenkins. And that really is the progression of the maturity model. A common question that we get asked is, hey, what tool should I use, right? And I think it's really great that we live in this moment in time where there's so many different options, but it's also a curse because there's so many different options. And which one do you choose, right? What's the best choice that's there? And there's actually no real right or wrong answer to a lot of these things. A lot of it comes down to what familiarity you have around those tools, what is the goals that you're trying to accomplish. And one of the things that we always recommend all our customers do is really try out these tools. Don't go and read some paper and decide that, hey, this is the best thing to do. Try it out, get your hands dirty, actually deploy some resources with these tools to get a feel for it. That given, one of the things I wanted to spend some time today is sharing a little bit about how we, Microsoft, actually deploy our services internally, right? And really share some of our personal experiences and some of the practices that we follow to give you a little view into what we do internally at Microsoft. Today, we have about 71 regions globally. So each region in Azure is made up of multiple data centers. And one of the things that our team is responsible for, in addition to providing the external deployment services, is actually helping teams deploy their own services into these data centers, right? And so if you think about it, we do about millions of deployments per month. And we really need to orchestrate these deployments through these different regions. We need to think about how do we safely deploy any type of updates or changes. How do we do it in a secure manner? And so there's a lot of thought and consideration put into how do we deploy our own internal services across these various different data centers. The first thing I was going to share and spend a little bit of time on is talking about the safe deployment practices that we follow, because I thought it'll be a good level set and gives you guys a good idea of how do we do things in a progressive manner. One of the first things that we do is we have some core safe deployment principles. And one of the first principles that we follow is something called controlled exposure, right? And what this means is we never actually blast out a deployment or a change across the globe. We always do this in a gradual, progressive manner. And one of the first regions we actually deploy to, which is what is called out in the slide as first wave early prod, is this notion of a canary environment. A canary environment is an environment where we have some customers that are willing to test our early adopters of some of our features. And so they can join and use services in this canary environment. We have some of our non-mission critical Microsoft services that run into these environments as well. So the first environment that any deployment goes through is to our canary environment. And when a deployment gets deployed, there are a couple of things that happen. So one is all these deployments need to sit in a region for about 24 hours. 24 hours is the reason for this is we like to get enough customer traffic through a region so we can detect and catch any issues. The second big safe deployment practice that we follow is all deployments need to have health signals in them. And what this means is the deployment needs to be able to go and call into different monitoring and health systems to tell whether the health of that environment is healthy. So we call into different monitoring systems, anomaly detection systems that looks for common error patterns, failure rate, synthetic transactions, customer logins, and a whole set of metrics to determine if a deployment should then graduate to the next region. So once that deployment sits for 24 hours, and if it's successful, then it graduates into what we call our first region, which is the pilot region. And the pilot region is really our first production region. It really consists of a lot of the Microsoft mission critical workloads. So this is something that, hey, we really want to put our money where our mouth is and make sure that our services are running and successful. And once we validate things in these pilot regions, we then slowly start to gradually do control exposure, which is we then roll it out to another group of regions and more regions, and we gradually expand these deployments over time. Now, in any phase of this deployment journey, if there is a failure or there is a signal of something that goes bad, we actually have built-in systems where we have the deployment actually roll back to the previous state. And so this could be either redeploying the template to recreate the resources and deploying the previous bits onto the box. And so these are some of these critical safe deployment practices that we follow today. The next thing I wanted to quickly cover is the tools that we use. There's this common saying that it goes, eat your own dog food. And I don't know who came up with it, and I hate that word because who would ever eat their own dog food? So the analogy or the term that we like to use is drink your own champagne or drink your own wine. And so one of the things you'll notice in this tooling board here is a lot of these tools are tools that you've probably seen before or tools that you use. And these are the same tools that we use internally as well. So all our tasks, our sprints are tracked in Azure DevOps boards. We use Azure DevOps very heavily. Our code is, we used to have it a lot on Azure DevOps repos, but now we use GitHub as the primary code repository for many of our projects and services. Our testing and our cloud tests are all done in Azure DevOps test plans. And then when it comes to deployment, we use a combination of things. So first is we have taken a philosophy where we want to do all our deployments in a declarative manner. So we use ARM templates, which is our infrastructure as code solution to deploy. And Alex will talk a little bit more about what infrastructure as code means and how that's a benefit over some of the other deployment mechanisms, as well as Bicep. And then PowerShell to kind of complete some of these last mile scenarios, right? So when you need to go and maybe manipulate some data plane operations, or you need to go and complete some of these last mile scenarios, we use PowerShell in combination with ARM templates. And so those get essentially a developer, defines what are the resources they want created, and he then integrates that into their Azure DevOps pipelines, which then gradually gets deployed out to those various different regions that I had showed you earlier. We also have some guardrails that we set on these production environments, and we use Azure policy as a way to set down guardrails. So things such as ensuring there are certain security settings on these resources, setting who has access to perform certain operations. All of these are controlled and done through Azure policy and RBAC to a certain extent as well. And finally, we have a whole slew of monitoring tools. There's an old saying, there's never enough monitoring tools that you could use. And so there's a set of monitoring tools that we use to monitor our systems as well. So I think, my big takeaway for everyone is I wanted to share a little bit about what we do internally, but also show you that some of these same tools that are available to our external customers are tools that we use internally, and are things that can scale for large-scale deployments, given the volume and velocity with what we deploy at. So with that said, I wanted to kind of hand it over to Alex first to talk about Bicep and some of our investments around why we invested in Bicep, and then Jason to come and talk about some of the cool work we're doing in PowerShell as well.
Cool. Thank you, Satya. Let's see if we can do this handoff and switch screen shares. And you can all see my calendar.
Yes, we can see your calendar.
Very exciting and too busy. You should tell my boss that my calendar's too filled up.
I know this boss is a horrible guy.
Okay. Cool. So we're going to do kind of a whirlwind tour of what Bicep is, how we're using it internally, how customers are using it externally, and just kind of how it works. So what is Bicep? If you're familiar with ARM templates, Bicep will feel pretty familiar right away because Bicep sits on top of ARM templates. It's what we call a transpiler. So if you're familiar with the relationship between like TypeScript and JavaScript or .NET and the CLR, it's a very similar idea where you're going to write Bicep code. We will translate it into an ARM template. And then what is ultimately deployed to Azure is the ARM template. And that's what's talking to Azure Resource Manager. Why are we doing it? Basically, we want customers who are experiencing infra as code on Azure for the first time, or if they're using Azure as their primary cloud, we want them essentially to have a world-class deployment experience. So Satya touched on a little bit just how prevalent ARM templates are throughout our customer base. And if nothing else, we want to make sure that we're reducing pain as much as possible for those customers, as well as any others who may be transitioning to infrastructure as code as part of the process. This is probably a more succinct way of saying why we're doing this. Azure, exposes all of these amazing services and capabilities. But the way you've had to access them with ARM templates in particular has left a lot to be desired. It's very verbose, it's very hard to author, and so on. So what we're really trying to do is, make this dog happy and give him a real pizza so that he can enjoy his day. I'm going to quickly go through what the benefits of Bicep are, and then we'll do a quick demo to show it off. So if you've seen ARM templates before, ARM templates are on the right-hand side of your screen. I know the text is a little small, but it's more to show the difference between the two, less about the individual lines of code. So on the left-hand side is the Bicep equivalent. It does the exact same thing as the ARM template on the right-hand side. But with the Bicep code, we're able to eliminate all of the JSON noise because we have our, it's a separate file extension, it's a separate syntax. We don't need to kind of fit within the structure of a JSON document. So all these extra brackets for functions and expressions and things like that, we can kind of expose them more natively with the Bicep syntax. ARM templates and Bicep both have what we sometimes call day zero support for Azure services. So this is for both new services that may be coming online for the first time, even if it's a resource that's just in a private preview. It'll still work in ARM templates and Bicep. But perhaps more importantly, and particularly in the context of of what Satya was talking about with our internal deployments, you also get new API versions for existing resource types. So it's not uncommon for us, for one service to be depending on an update from another service to fix a bug or expose a new hook or whatever it is. And there's no delay when that happens from when they've built out the new capability to when it can be adopted through all of the tooling we use to deploy our services. So day zero support is particularly critical for some of our use cases. Another thing that was particularly challenging with ARM templates was code reuse and modularity. So this is another one with our internal tools. We had to patch together a solution to do link templates, not dissimilar from what many of you may have done in the past with link templates and ARM templates. So we need to wire up a storage account and send files there and make sure all the references are okay. And it was a tedious process and error prone even for us. And so with Bicep, we have really first-class modularity. If you're familiar with the concept of modules in PowerShell or really any other programming language, you'll feel kind of at home with how we expose that in Bicep as well. This is, probably the most subtle point, but probably the most important is that Bicep was really built for tooling from the start. It was built to be authored in VS Code or what have you, and we built what's called a language service to provide really rich IntelliSense and validation. And this is something that, particularly you all in the PowerShell community know really well, the value of really good tooling, really good IntelliSense type completion, and so on. So Bicep was really built more like a traditional language, a programming language in terms of how well the tooling kind of fails gracefully as you're authoring it. It's one of those intangibles about the language that once you try it, you'll get a feel for how much Bicep is helping you day to day. And then this is another one, no state management for ARM templates, and this continues to be true of Bicep. So Azure effectively is managing the state for us by managing the state of all the resources. So we can do GET requests, we can query the state of Azure resources at any time, and Azure is responsible for carrying out the deployment. We just need to get the Bicep code or the ARM template code to Azure, and then we can throw our computer off a cliff, and the deployment will be completed. And again, especially in the context of doing internal deployments, not having a state to manage and not having a state that can be corrupted is just one less thing that can go wrong and prevent us from shipping new features and new code. So we love keeping this simpler, and not having to deal with state management is definitely a benefit for us. Okay, that's enough talking. Let's start demoing. So let me bring up VS Code here. And it looks like we're able to see that as well, so that's good. So we'll start from the basics and we'll go right on through to some more advanced use cases. So if you haven't seen Bicep before, even if you haven't seen ARM templates before, we'll start from the absolute basics and we'll create a storage account. So I'm gonna start typing here. I'll make this a little bigger. We're gonna declare a resource. So I have a keyword called resource. I'm gonna name the resource, or I'm gonna name it in the context of Bicep, STG. I could have called this foobar or my STG, but I'm gonna just call it STG. This is a variable, just like a variable in a typical programming language. It's not necessarily the name of the actual resource that's gonna get created. At this point, I'm exposed to all the different types that are in Azure. For better or worse, there are just a ton of resource types in Azure. So I can start filtering this list down by typing storage accounts. And I can just hit enter, and then I'm asked for the API version that I want to select. 99 times out of 100, I want to select the most recent one. So that's what I'm going to do here. And so when I talk about day zero support, this is really what I'm referring to. By declaring which type and which API version you want to use, we can expose everything in Azure to you. And then I do equals, and I can start typing all the different properties of this resource, and I get IntelliSense. So I need a name. I'm going to do a unique string because storage accounts need a unique string. And I'll use the resource group's ID to make sure that that resource name is going to be unique, and I'll append a.frank to the end to make sure that it's going to be unique. All resources, or nearly all resources, need a location, so I'll pull the location from the resource group. And then I need a few more properties. I need a SKU. So I'll do the SKU name, and I'll pick standard LRS. Don't need to get fancy. And then I'll pick the kind, and that'll just be storage v2. And now I have a complete resource definition, and you can see how efficient it was to go through that process, because Bicep is helping me throughout the entire typing experience. And so it really does make it quite easy to do all sorts of things. If I need to pull a property from this resource, so I might want to output the blob URI, for example, I can just do output blob URI. And what's really nice about this resource variable, or sometimes we call it a symbolic name, is I can pull properties from it. I can do normal dot property access and pull whatever properties it exposes as an output. So I'm going to do stg.properties, and then I want primary endpoints, and then I want the blob URI. And you'll see it's going to validate everything, including the type. So it knows that the output needs to be a string, and that this property, this blob, is also a string, and everything validates properly. So that's pretty simple. That's creating a storage account. We can move on to something a little more advanced. Let's go to get coordinates.bicep. So what this is it's actually the same exact storage account that we were already using. So I'm just going to collapse this down a little bit. I have a parameter here for a destination parameter. And I have what's called a deployment script resource. And this is a resource. We're at a PowerShell conference, so why not be able to run a script in a Bicep file? This is a resource type that spins up an instance of Azure Container Instance, runs your desired script on that ACI instance, and then we'll tear it down and store the results so that you can get the results. I have a few common properties like name and location that I'm used to. And then I have a kind here for Azure PowerShell. I could also do Azure CLI, but who would want to do Azure CLI? We'll stick with PowerShell. I have some properties for the PowerShell version that I want to use. The retention interval is for how long I want to keep this resource around. So this resource will clean itself up because it's kind of an ephemeral resource that you don't need to keep around once it's done its job. And then on line 26, I have a property called storage account settings. So for the deployment script to execute, there needs to be a storage account to both store the script and store the outputs from the script. If you want, we can create that storage account on your behalf. But if you have particular settings for that storage account or naming conventions or anything of that nature, you can create your own and wire the two together. So I have my storage account here. I just want to provide the right information in these fields to connect the two and tell it to use my custom storage account. So I'll pull the name because that's what it's asking for. And again, I can just use IntelliSense to pull the name off of that resource symbol. And then I can also get the key from a storage account. And for those who are familiar with it, there was a list keys function, and you had to get the storage ID and the storage API version. And this was really error prone and could go wrong pretty quickly. So what we have instead is we treat list keys as a member function. And bear with me 1 second. And then I can pull properties from the list keys here. So I can pull keys from it. And I can pull the value from it. And so that's how easy it is to pull keys from the storage account. This was definitely a little more tricky in the past in ARM template land. And then I obviously need to provide the script itself. I have a few different options for providing the script content. I can inline my PowerShell code in this case, but that can get a little tricky with escaping and things of that nature. I can stage the script to like an external URL. It can be like a public URL in GitHub or something of that nature. But I don't really want to do either of those things. I have my fancy 6-line script here. I just want to kind of inject it in. I don't want to have to worry about it. So what I'm going to do now is use a function that is only available in Bicep, which will allow me to load any text content into the generated ARM template. So because we have this transpile step or this build step, there's an opportunity to do a little bit more magic to make some of the day-to-day easier. So I can just do get coordinates.ps1, and that validates immediately. And when I actually go and deploy the template, it will inject the PowerShell script into this resource type. And then I have my arguments for my script. It exposes one parameter, and I'm using string interpolation to just inject the parameter here. And I know all you PowerShell aficionados are familiar with string interpolation, so I don't need to spend any time explaining it. So at this point, I have what seems to be a pretty good Bicep file. It's doing a job for me. It's getting some magical coordinates that I'm going to use for some reason. I don't want to, deal with a file like this. I want to use kind of a simpler interface and just expose it. And so for that, I'm going to use modules. So I have another file here called main.bicep. We'll leave get coordinates aside for a second. And I can use the module keyword, and I'll just call this get coordinates. And I can use this as a module, as a local module. And I can insert all the required properties. So I have get coordinates is the name of the module. And then for the destination, there's a set of allowed values. I want to go to Giants Deep, and I'm good to go. So in a very easy way, I'm able to consume these Bicep files and not have to worry about understanding every detail of every file. This is common kind of software engineering practice at this point, and it's really nice to be able to do this in Bicep as well. Now, the last trick I have is I don't even want to look at this file. So I want some poor sucker to have to manage the get coordinates.bicep file. I never want to see it. I literally just want to consume it. So what I can do in this particular case is publish this Bicep file as a module in an external registry. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to run a new command, and this is not yet available, but it will be available soon, called bicep publish. And I have to provide the file that I want to be exposed. And the target is going to be pointing to a container registry. And the way this works is containers now allow you to store not just container images, but any kind of generic artifact. And we're using containers and ACR as a place to store all these modules. So I do BR : for bicep registry. And then I have an ACR already stood up. So I happen to have an ACR stood up here in my Docker extension called a.frank. I'm going to do a.frank.azurecr.io. And then I'm going to do get coordinates. And I'm going to do 1.0 and version this. And hopefully this works and the demo gods are kind. And this should come back in just a second. And if we refresh this, we should see our new module in my Explorer here of ACR. This is not special for Bicep. I'm using the generic Docker container. But because we're kind of using ACR or container semantics and following the spec, we can view it here in these kind of container ecosystems. So I have get coordinates here. I have my 1.0 module. And for the grand finale, we will delete this file. So this starts to fail, which makes sense because the file is gone. And I'm going to do the exact same reference. cr.io, get coordinates, 1.0. And in the background, it's going to go and pull that module. So it's being restored. And now it validates in the exact same way. It knows about my parameters in the exact same way. It tells me which ones are available. and I can select it just like I did before. So we're particularly excited with the module registry capability because it's going to really hopefully explode the ecosystem of Bicep code that's really easy to consume in your own Bicep code. And that is everything I had to demo about Bicep. So let's flip back to the PowerPoint. And I just have a couple more things to talk about. So what's coming down the pipeline? We are in an 0.4 release. We've been production ready since 0.3. 0.4, we were doing a lot of polish and bug fixes before we kicked off another round of new features. For 0.5, which is less than a month away, I would say, we're going to have public and private module registries, so just what I demoed. So we're pretty excited about that. And then we're focused on a 1.0 around the January timeframe, where we're going to introduce a stricter breaking change policy. We're going to allow types to be updated outside of core like compiler and language updates. So as new teams ship new types, those will just light up in Bicep. There's nothing that you need to do, and you can stick with version 1.0, or you can upgrade to new versions, but the types will be backwards compatible. And we're going to preview something called Bicep extensibility, which will actually allow you to talk to non-ARM resource types. So you could, for example, create service principals with Bicep or kick off Kubernetes deployments. So we're going to start playing around with that as we approach 1.0, and that'll open up some more interesting scenarios. The last thing I want to talk about is one of the big things that we have coming next or coming soon. So we have our Bicep code. We're obviously going to do something with it. We're not just going to look at it. Typically, what we're going to do with our Bicep code is create a deployment. So when you take your Bicep files and you deploy it to Azure, you're creating a resource that's called the deployment. And the deployment has always been a kind of fire and forget resource. It'll take your template or your Bicep code, and it will deploy the resources that you describe in the template. But it won't know anything about it. So it works pretty well for creating, it works pretty well for updating, but the second you need to do any kind of cleanup or more advanced kind of lifecycle management, there's not really any help that you get. So what we're going to be introducing is something called deployment stacks. And a deployment stack kind of creates a virtual boundary around the resources that are in your Bicep code. And now that we know about what is described in your deployment stack, we can help you manage the entire lifecycle of those resources. So there's a few scenarios that are particularly interesting with this new capability. One is that on an update of a stack, we can actually now clean up resources that you've removed from your code. So if you needed 3 storage accounts yesterday, but you only need 2 now, you'll be able to remove it by updating the stack. And the second one is on a deletion of the stack, you can delete all the resources that the stack is managing. So it'll make it much easier, especially if your resources are spread across several resource groups or even several subscriptions. You'll be able to delete everything in one gesture by saying, I want to delete the stack, and as part of that, I want to delete all of the managed resources. And we're pretty excited because Stacks is going to be available in a private preview starting this month. Fingers crossed it might be out this week, but it may take us another week or two. So if you're interested in trying some of these new features out and these new capabilities out, you can just go to aka.ms/getstacks and you can sign up for the private preview and we'll onboard you relatively quickly. So that's pretty much everything I had. And even though I touched a little bit on PowerShell scripts, Jason is going to come and talk to you all about completing that last mile with PowerShell, which is something that we certainly need to do all the time internally. And I know many of you all listening do as well. Jason?
Hey, thanks, Alex. And let me see if I can do the cute share thing that you did so well. And as I'm trying that out, let me just say, Alex, I got to tell you that the work on Bicep is fantastic. I mean, it's really taken the pain out of that process. So thank you very much. That's a fantastic demo. So everyone, first of all, welcome to PDC. I'd like to thank all of you and especially the organizers for putting on a fantastic show. It's great to, well, kind of sort of see everyone. I'd like to just say, well, first of all, my name is Jason Helmick, and well, I'm a program manager on the PowerShell team. Y'all use PowerShell, right? Let me see some hands. Don't be silly. I can't see your hands anyways. But Yeah, let's talk a little bit about PowerShell. I get this all the time. What does PowerShell do? And the answer is, well, it lets you manage things. And so the question is, well, what kind of things? Well, what do you got? If you're in IT, you know the kind of things that PowerShell lets you manage. That changes. Your needs change every single day and every single minute throughout the day. So PowerShell, because it's so extensible, it lets you manage things like your mailboxes, your virtual machines, the resources for your virtual machines. It lets you manage Azure resources and, well, all the resources for your Azure resources and AWS resources, whatever you got that you need to get better control over. And as you all know, PowerShell lets you do this. It's got like two sides to the coin. You can do this in real time through a terminal or a console. You can do investigation and troubleshooting and resolution. You can manage all of those things that you need to manage, and you can do it in scale. And now once you've managed it in real time and you've done this through the console and the terminal, you can use the same language that you just used through the terminal, the same skill set that you have, to now automate those solutions. That automation makes your management consistent and makes you more proactive, and it lets you manage all these things while you sleep and, well, still in scale. And the best part is, and I'll bring up a slide here for you. Best part is, well, it's cross-platform. So you can do this on Windows, you can do this on Linux, you can do this on Mac. Everything that you need to manage for your environment, PowerShell is ready to go. Now, PowerShell 7 is definitely the flagship of PowerShell right now. And as I have here, yeah, it's the modern open source cross-platform PowerShell. And yes, you can manage anything, anywhere, anytime. That's been the point to PowerShell from the very beginning, even when it came out, almost 15 years ago, November 18th of 2006, when it came out with Exchange 2007. Those of us working with Exchange, we were thrilled. We could, Exchange is a fantastic product, but let's face it, Exchange 2003 was hard to manage and scale. Well, now with PowerShell, that made that problem go away. But it wasn't just Exchange. PowerShell came out of the box ready to manage everything that you can throw at it. Well, some of you may know this. We're coming up towards the end of life for 7.0, which will be out as its 3-year long-term service support coming up in February 2022, if I can say that correctly. And if you've been using PowerShell 7.1, well, that's life cycle is, almost done here in a couple of months. So the big question that everybody says, what about 7.2? Now, I know a lot of you follow us, what we're doing on the team all of the time. So you know a lot about this. So 7.2, yeah, we're going to release it very soon now. It's kind of a tradition with PowerShell. We like to do new releases in November so that everybody has a nice Christmas present that they can spend some time with and get to enjoy before the beginning of the new year. Now, I do want to make a correction. If you're looking at the slide, and it's kind of funny because I was talking with Satya about this the other day, and when I made this slide, this was completely accurate, and things have changed just a little bit. We do not have a release candidate out this week, as I was thinking that we were going to have. What we're actually doing this week, and if it's not today, I didn't see it go out today, it's probably going to go out tomorrow. So we're going to release preview 10 of PowerShell 7.2. And then in about 2 weeks, we're going to release our release candidate, and then we'll be out in November. So we just wanted to make sure that things were all buttoned down in one more preview release. Now, 7.2 is going to be an LTS long-term service release. So that means you'll get 3 years of support. And the focus for this, we definitely, since it's a 3-year release, we definitely focused on stability and performance. But a lot of this also came from our vast and important community. We get a lot of comments, both when we do things right and when we do things wrong, from the community. That's really been a huge driver for us in this release. Also, we've got some other things happening outside of the PowerShell platform itself, out in the modules for PowerShell. Some of you may be working with right now, secret management. We have some other things, a couple of things that I'm going to talk about briefly, predictive intelligence and Crescendo. And of course, we have more that we'll be releasing out. Now, one little quick note. I've got a session tomorrow night. So I'm going to kind of do maybe a little quick teaser on a couple of cool new things in PowerShell. But I've got a session tomorrow night, the full session that will go into these in much more detail. So let me just kind of see if I can whet your appetite just a little bit. Let me start off with this kind of question here. So with thousands of commandlets out there, it's hard to remember everything, or for that matter, anything at all. And yeah, so let's talk about PowerShell and discoverability and how to make your life a little bit easier. So if you're watching my screen, I'm going to flip over to Windows here. And sometimes when I do this, I temporarily lose my mouse pointer. I know you can see it on the video screen, but for some reason, I can't seem to get control of it on my screen. So let me just see. Well, maybe I can operate it by using this window. Okay. I don't know how well not having control over my mouse pointer is going to work. I don't know why that just happened, but we'll see how well I can do the demo. So with PowerShell, you get the idea. We've got all of these commandlets. So verb dash noun, and you kind of get the idea that these things can be hard to figure out. Like, I don't know what the name of the noun is for something. Well, we try to help you with this. If you could start typing it in a little bit and you're willing to hit the tab key. Now, I know you all know this. You hit the tab key and it'll start cycling through, and shift tab will reverse that cycle. Well, that's really nice. And if the more you type, the more you can get typed in correctly, the better we're going to do at guessing at it for you. Well, that's really nice. And we also provide this. If you put in the dash, you can hit the tab key and you can get the parameters. This helps you discover so that you don't have to memorize this. Now, one of the other common things with PowerShell is that in order for me to learn more about this commandlet and how to use it in a full command, I would have to, I don't know, start doing stuff like this. I would have to run get help, right? Now I wouldn't actually run it in the terminal where I'm trying to do work. I would open up a second terminal and run the help in there. That way I can copy paste and I can do all this stuff. Well, let me show you how we're doing some of the improvements that we're making to 7.2 to try to make your life a little bit easier. First of all, if you can get the commandlet, if you press F1, we'll now just snap the help up for you in this virtual terminal that you'll see up. Now it's the full help. So you can page down, you can copy examples out of here, you can hit Q to quit. And when you hit Q, it's going to take you right back to where you were working. Same thing. If you get a parameter type in, you use tab completion, whatever, to get the parameter. When you hit F1, we're going to take you right to that parameter in the help file so you can get the information that you're looking for about it. But wait, there's more. So when I hit Q, I go right back to where I'm working. So I'm not losing the fidelity of where I was at and what I was trying to achieve at that moment. A couple of other things. For those of you that are more advanced, a lot of times you're working with commands, you're trying to figure out how to work with them across the pipeline. So what you're really interested in is you just want to know the information out of the help file that tells you about, does this parameter accept pipeline input, all that kind of stuff. Well, if you hit Alt-H, and Alt-H will give you a short version of the parameter help that gives you the information about whether of how it's being used across the pipeline. So this is a faster way for you to discover this information and still keep focus on your work. But wait, I'm not done. So, you know what? I kind of am done except for one thing. Here's where, so we've added some of these features to help you, discover, learn more about the commandlets. But one of my favorite things that we've added, and I have to turn this on, is a new feature to the module PS readline. Matter of fact, all of the features I've just shown you so far are part of PS readline. Now you get to watch me type, which if you haven't seen me type in a live demo before, I apologize. It's just going to be bad. Fortunately, tab completion always helps me out. Thank you. I'm going to turn on a feature. Now, when you get 7.2 and the new version of the module PS readline, this feature I'm about to show you will not be turned on by default. We kind of figure it would scare some people. And I'll be honest with you, it is a little bit scary at first if you don't know what to expect. But let me show you this. I'm going to turn this guy on here. Whoops. Again, trying to spell correctly. Now, when I start typing, we're going to get a prediction on my screen that's going to help me. So I'm going to start typing get ch. Now, you'll notice this thing in a pretty green color. When you get this, by default, it'll be in a light gray color. You can adjust the colors of this. This is predictive IntelliSense. And what this specifically is predicting things or offering suggestions from my history. So if you've worked with PowerShell for a long time, you know that PowerShell has its own session history, but the module PS read line has history across all sessions. And that's the history that we use for this. So if I keep typing, I can accept this. Or if, let's say I accept this and I keep on typing, maybe there's another parameter I want to, oh, something else that's being suggested for me from my history that I've already done at some point in the past. So, whatever I start typing, if I've done it before, it'll be there. So if I start typing like my get commands, you can start seeing that I'm getting this suggestion. But wait, there's more. So this suggestion is that you're seeing across the screen right now is very similar to what you would see if you've worked with Z Shell or if you've worked with Rust. This is a great idea that a lot of people have had. And if you work with PowerShell, what I have personally found is, well, this just helps me so much because I don't have to remember all those commands that I figured out yesterday. And it makes it really easy for me to just bring them back up. But wait, there's more. We're talking about Azure as well. Satch has been telling you about the tooling for Azure. What about Azure? Well, when it comes to predictions, this is kind of cool because watch. Look at this. So our friends over at on Azure PowerShell, they've been working on a new predictor. It's not quite released yet, but it will be soon. And their predictor will help you build complete commands, not from your history. No, this is coming from Azure, and this is coming from AI that's been built on our side that has gone through all of the examples out there in the internet, and I mean all of them, and have come down to the best examples for what you're trying to do, and we'll make those predictions for you. Also, the interesting thing here is, let's say right now it's resource group. I want to do an Azure VM. Oh, hey, there's a new prediction. Best thing about this is as you fill in the arguments for this, it remembers them within this session so that if as you move from one command to another command, it'll bring those arguments that make sense. It'll bring them along with you. So you don't even have to keep filling them in. But I want to show you another feature. There's two more features of this I want to show you really bad. First of all, Alt-A. Alt-A lets you, this is a new feature to PS Readline that lets you easily and quickly bounce to just the arguments in a command. So you can get in there and change those real quick. I think you might find that really useful. The other thing that I think you might find really useful, and let me kind of clear this off my screen a little bit. Whoops, I didn't really want to run it, but I'll clear this. And I'm going to start typing something like new AZ resource group. This view that you're seeing right now is what we refer to as the inline view. It's displaying what I call a whole line completion. Now, we put in another view that a lot of folks like, and I think you might like it too. If you press the F2 key, it'll give you a list. And this will be a list of additional predictions from a specific predictor. As you can see on the right side of the screen, this is coming from the AZ predictor. Or if I do something else, you'll also, let me do I'm going to start get child item. You'll start to see that it'll display stuff from your history and stuff from additional predictors. And of course, you can arrow down and select the example that you want and run that one that you'd like to use or accept it and be able to work with it from there. Is that kind of cool? I'll show you more about this if you come to my other session, but actually, I'll be honest with you, that's enough to get you started by saying, hey, man, I really want 7.2, right? PowerShell 7.2 is pretty cool. Okay, so, and this is going to be a little tricky because I don't have control over my mouse, okay, for some reason with the screen share, but let me see if I can maybe flip a slide. Oh, I got to flip a slide. So this is my last slide, and I got one other thing I want to show you real quick. I wish more command line tools work like PowerShell commandlets. Boy, I cannot tell you how many times I have said this. I wish other commands worked like commandlets. And what I mean by that is, yes, I'm not talking about just the verb noun thing. I'm talking about objects. I love objects, and I love the fact that commandlets give me objects. So let me give you an example. Whoa, I don't know what happened. I just lost all of my display. Hang on one second. If you're still with me, let me see if my display comes back. Hopefully I'm still online with everybody. Am I still on?
Yep, we can still hear you. I think
great.
the display just went out.
Yeah, it was kind of funny. Okay, so let me show you this. Flare, and I'm going to turn that off for a second. So you guys have all run ipconfig before, right? And you can see, thank you, predictor, /all. I love this command. This command's great. This is a console command. I often refer to these as native commands. This is a native command that has some really useful information that unfortunately is kind of useless to me. Because if I try to do something like this, oh, thank you, predictor. I don't have to type all that again. If I try to select the IPv4 address so that I could use it in a script, and use that IP address for something, fail. It's not going to work. And that's because that native command is just...
Jason, I think your screen share is still not working.
Oh, well, we need to fix that because you got to see this. You just got to see this. So let me...
Might have to drop and reconnect maybe.
Let's see. Is that all back in?
Yep, it's working now. Yep, you're back on.
All right. Well, so I'll do this really fast. The first part, IP config /all. Yeah, this is that beautiful IP config command. I want to know what that IP address is, and I want to be able to use it in automation. Well, you can't because IP config. I'm really having a hard time spelling all this on IP config. And if I try to pipe it to, this is going to fail because all of that string data is not an object. Doesn't make any sense. Well, wouldn't it be cool if within just maybe a couple of minutes, you could do this? Get IP config, and I want it to support the parameter all. Woo! But better yet, what if you could, let's clear the screen, get IP config, and let's pipe it to select. That's what I'm talking about. So what this is PowerShell Crescendo. What Crescendo does is it lets you take native commands to whatever platform, both on Windows and Linux. You can wrap them, and you can do it quickly. It's by building a JSON file, and Crescendo will export this. And here's the best part. It'll export it to a regular PowerShell module, a module that you can deploy to the gallery. You can deploy it out to your network. It's just a PowerShell module that has been created for you to automatically wrap these commands. Now, look, if you already know how to wrap these commands, if you're working with something, you're going to use auto rest, or if you're a developer and you already know how to API wrap a command, then you don't need Crescendo. But, well, maybe you do, because this is a pretty fast way for you to both prototype and to build and issue out commandlets to people. So Crescendo is something that we're really looking forward to. Yes, of course it works in a disconnected scenario, because here's the best part. It's just a module. Once you build the module goes wherever you want it to go. And everything is in that module. You do not need, come to my full session. I'll explain it all to you. You'll love it. It's great. One last thing. Hey, this is Windows 5.1. You guys remember this, right? Well, by the way, when you decide to work with PowerShell 7.2 and you work with some of our new modules like PS Readline, yep, you're going to get predictions, the historical predictors. You won't be able to use things like the AZ predictor on Windows PowerShell 5.1. And the other thing is this. If you build a module with Crescendo, it'll work all the way down level to Windows PowerShell 5.1. You need to author it on PowerShell 7.2, but it'll work all the way down to Windows 5.1. This is so that you can support your network environment and your automation with the way that you see fit. So like Satya was saying, completing the last mile. Everybody thinks they're unique, and it turns out everybody is unique, and that's what PowerShell is best at handling all of that. So I want to say thank you to all, and I hope you all have a fantastic conference at PDC. And with that, Satya, I'll hand it back to you.
Yeah. Jason and Alex, that was some fantastic demos. I needed to do more demos with you guys. Phenomenal stuff. So, yeah, we got to do more of this. But, I think we're on time. I wanted to give a huge thank you to the organizers, Chen, Ravikant, and the rest of the folks who organized this conference. I think my parting thought to everybody, right, is we're all in this challenge time. We're dealing with COVID, dealing with all these other challenges. And so my only parting thought for everybody is try out different tools, learn new technologies. I don't think there's anything you can never have enough knowledge or on any tools, and you'll find yourself being super valuable because different companies use different tools, and I think the more knowledge you gain, the better it is. So try things out, really get a deep understanding for some of these tools, and to end by saying a big thank you, and we really appreciate you guys spending your time with us today. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. Today, I am here. It's a sunny day outside from Bangalore. And the topic which I'm going to talk about is delivering the container-based apps to IoT edge devices. So let us get started. So a little about myself. I am author at collabnix.com. Collabnix has around 280 plus blogs, which I have written around Docker, Kubernetes, DevOps, and cloud. I am also a Docker captain. Docker captains are those experts who goes, over to the community, talk about Docker and the related container technology. Docker community leader. I have been a community leader since last 3 years and have been leading one of the largest Docker community in Bangalore, which has around 10,500 plus members. I'm also an ARM innovator. ARM innovators are those experts who goes ahead and try out stuff, try to share in terms of blogs, speak in the conferences. Professionally, I am working currently as a full-time employee at Ruddy as a developer relation manager. I go ahead, try to build a Redis community, and I am working as a developer relation manager there. In the past, I have worked in companies like Dell for almost like 8.5 years, in VMware and CGI. So, to quickly jump into the talk, there are 3 important things which I am going to talk about. One is cloud native, artificial intelligence, and IoT edge. And what we are going to see here is on the right-hand side, you see there is a robotic platform. So using these 3 technologies, we are going to build an AI-based payload delivery robot, which is called as a Cherrybot. So during the course of time, we'll get to know that, how you can use an edge device along with the cloud native, along with an artificial intelligence to build a kind of fully autonomous robotic system. So let's start our journey here. Now, before we start our journey, let's do some kind of statistics, okay? So if you look at why we are talking about AI and containers, so this was one of the survey which was done by 451 Research company, and what they said is right? They actually went ahead. They did a survey for around 500 plus executive, and what they found that around 94% of AI adopters are planning to use containers within 1 year. Okay, so now this is a survey which was conducted last year, and definitely the number is going to be high this year. But let us look at what are the primary reason. The first and the foremost reason, 14.8% says like it is because of the faster time to deployment. Your containers, when you package those applications deployed on the edge devices, are going to be really quick. The second reason, where 14.2% says like it is a faster AI workload processing. And if you have ever worked on AI workflow, you will see that containers plays an important role to go ahead and containerize those AI workloads and run it onto the edge devices like NVIDIA, Jetson, Xavier, especially the devices which comes with GPU inbuilt. The lower cost, more efficient resource utilization, increased portability. I think portability is one of the first thing which comes to your mind when you talk about containers, right? And then rest of the things like running solutions like Kubernetes, like K3s, easier management and orchestration, improved resiliency. In case of even if your one of the node goes down, your application is still there up and running, right? You are leveraging a computation power in multiple ways. Now, one of the other thing, we talked about AI, we talked about containers. Let's talk about the cloud native. Now, if you are completely new to the cloud native is all about a modern approach where you build and run the software using different modern technologies like DevOps, containers, and microservices. And the reason why cloud native, why we are talking about the cloud, because whatever the data which is collected by the IoT devices has to go to the cloud for the processing, because of the limitation within the hardware. Because if you see these kind of an edge devices, they basically has an by default they have an hard disk or the data storage is in the SD card. Now you can't do all the analytics in the edge devices, so it becomes very important that you bring a cloud native closer to the edge developers so that they can go ahead, they can push the data to the cloud and do some kind of an analytics. And when I talk about CherryBot, this is something which is an integral part of it. Now, one of the first example which come to your mind is like you need a hardware, right, with a powerful GPU so that you can do some kind of a processing there and send it to the cloud for the analytics. And this is a RoboMaster, DJI RoboMaster, which has 4 wheels, basically the mechanism wheels, and it is a complete integrated system where you have all the components needed for your robotic platform. And if you look at how the Jetson Nano sits on top of it, and that powers, that powers your the AI workload, okay, which you are going to run and make this particular robotic platform move and intelligently do some kind of a recognition. Like there are a list of recognition, I'm going to go through it, but this was one of the initial evaluation which I have been doing with one of the NVIDIA engineer, where you see that NVIDIA Jetson, which cost you around say $59 to $99, right? So these are the platforms which we have used for the CherryBot system to make it a kind of a complete autonomous system. And Jetson is one reason. So this is just a kind of a start, but Jetson is one reason where one reason how you go ahead and connect all those AI workloads and then send it to the cloud for the analytics. Now, how we started with it. So we built that, we have been like, this product has been in the prototype phase, but how we started. So we started trying to see what the robotic platform will require. So if you see here, this is like a kind of a 6-wheeler robotic platform with a digital face. You have Jetson Nano, you have a GPS modules, right, with a camera, so that you can have a clear view. You should not hit any object when you are delivering a kind of a payload across a different geography. We have a lidar sensors, is like an IR sensors, which ensure that how far is the object from you. So CherryBot is the name which it's basically our own kind of a product, where still in prototype phase. It's an AI powered payload delivery system equipped with NVIDIA Jetson And then and the basically, if you look at the different components, especially the different usage of the Cherrybot system is going to be more like a food delivery, swag distribution, and medicine delivery. So let me go over each of them. So think of it as like how you order a food today, like the Swiggy person reaches out to you, deliver your food. The same thing is what the Cherrybot is going to do. Now this small robotic device is going to accept an order from you, try to use a GPS module to identify what is the location, and it is going to deliver a food. And we are looking at the Indian infrastructure. Definitely you will have a question like, is our infrastructure ready for that? Definitely what we are targeting right now is within a university. If you go ahead and order the food, and this particular robotic platform is going to deliver the food for you. In a conference, if you really want to go ahead and do the swag distribution, Cherrybot is going to help you out. And especially looking at the pandemic condition, right? If the doctor wants to deliver medicines to the patient in a touchless manner, right? So these platforms are going to help you out. Now, it's all started with an NVIDIA engineer in a small room where we started evaluating first the DJI RoboMaster. There was a pain, in the initial phase, because in India it was not available, but we managed to get it. And these are the components which you see, which takes around 4 to 5 hours to go ahead and assemble it. And these are the things you need to put it in place. These are the motor drivers, the Wi-Fi modules, the GPS. And then you have a mechanism wheels, and these are so powerfully built that the whole unit, it is like, compared to the JetBot and all, this is very strong. Okay, this is really strong device. Even if this hits you, it can make you make you faint, because the thing is it's more powerful, and that is the reason, like, we started the evaluation with this, try to understand how actually the robotic system works. And if you look at the overall structure, these are the mechanism wheels, okay? And these are the complete intelligent controller. And using a Python and the Scratch programming, right, you can go ahead and control these parts, okay? And the battery system which comes with the RoboMaster, it lasts for around 30 minutes, okay? But you can go ahead and order for it. And the reason why we were trying to do it, we want to understand the whole stuff. But there are few of the things which were missing out. One was the GPS module, high-end LiDAR sensor were missing out, and that is the reason we try to build such kind of a four-wheeler stuff. And one of the reason what we wanted to do is, today the RoboMaster doesn't come with a Jetson integrated. You have to go to the EP Core version, which has that. But we wanted to start with something which is very basic, so that we can have a perfect body like the RoboMaster. But the capabilities is not just limited to the hardware. We want a software part, the authentication, the authorization, when you order a food, when you receive a food, how the flap is going to open, and all of these things, it needs an equal effort of the software design, right? So in course of evaluation, what we found that there are few of the things we need to teach to the Cherrybot system, right? And that is where the stimulus and the recognition come into the picture. Now, let me take one example, is a line recognition. So in one of, and this is something which I also tweeted around 3 months back when we were working on it. It is basically, you just you need to make the robotic platform quite intelligent, especially thinking about the line recognition. Now, if I ask Cherrybot to go ahead and follow the specific line, it is going to detect it. It is going to follow the colors, and then based on the location, it is going to go from source to destination. The vision marker recognition is one example of a traffic signal. When your Cherrybot system is basically delivering a food across the region, right? There are chances that it has to understand the traffic signal, and that is where your vision marker recognition come into the picture. There is a gesture recognition. Think of it as like you are in a conference, and how you go ahead to the booth and collect the swags. These Cherrybot systems are going to help you out in finding out the facial recognition, the facial expression of a person, and based on that, it is going to deliver the swags to them. And we have a clapping recognition, is some kind of, again, some kind of a recognition where you can program it in such a way that you clap it, and based on that it can perform some certain kind of action. So this is one example of automatic driving vision marker recognition, where it recognizes especially the traffic signal. This is one more example which I wanted to play here. So which shows that how basically you can go ahead and control it through the Python script. So this is a kind of a Python script. One of the challenges which we faced while we were playing around with the RoboMaster was more like, this is a custom build. It runs the BusyBox inside it, but you can use the Python code to connect to it and run specific commands, like all the Linux command like top ifconfig is going to work here too. And this is a small kind of a scratch programming kind of a stuff where you can go ahead and allow RoboMaster to go ahead and make certain changes. Okay, now, so this is a kind of a prototype which we are working right now. We are using an original Prusa 3D printer, which is again we could not manage to get it because it was so difficult to get it, but we got that, and we started. We had a certain kind of a prototype in our mind, even though it looks like a black box, but there are so many components which come into the picture. Now, let's look at the software side. We talked about the hardware side. Let's look at the software side, what we are going to put it. And that is where we are going to leverage a Jetson software stack. So as we will be heavily using Jetson Nano for our development and Xavier for production, we wanted to really try to evaluate Jetson stack, software stack. And if you see here, there are different components which I talked about, the stimulus and recognition. We have a depth estimation, object detection, pose estimation, gesture, path planning, and ecosystem modules. So these are the software modules. And interestingly, all of these, each components are basically a Docker containers. Okay, these are the Docker containers which we are going to run on top of Cherrybot. We are going to use the Jetpack. Jetpack allows you to go ahead and try out a different kind of softwares or the ready-made, basically the libraries and all those deep learning, TensorRT. I think NVIDIA has been doing a lot of stuff under the TensorRT, but this is some kind of an, it's related to the OpenCV libraries which we are going to use. And on top of it, we have a deep stream SDK. Now, I have a talk in ARM Dev Summit next month where I am going to talk about a deep streaming SDK. So do reach out to me if you need like a particular link. For deep streaming is more like a kind of an object detection. It's a kind of a complete pipeline which allows you to do an object detection and analytics part. Okay, and there are different components which come into the picture. With the latest deep streaming 6.0, we have a support for Redis, we have a support for Kafka, and I have one example where I have used the Redis time series to collect all the sensor data and send it to the cloud. So, but we want to evaluate it, and we will successfully be able to test it on both on Nano as well as a Xavier. So Xavier is a kind of an high end which costs you around $500, and it has around 32. It's a 32 GB configuration, about 512 CUDA, which is present in it, and you can run really a complete pipeline on your Xavier machine. Now, I have been talking a lot about containers. Why containers? And the reason being, if you are an edge developer, containers are something, is something which can help you to go ahead and package your application. Think of it as like a deep streaming. If you go to the NVIDIA site and try to say deep stream, I'm sure like you are going to spend a couple of hours to go ahead and set it up from the scratch. Thinking of it is like even the Jetson or a Jetson Xavier, right? These application, you need to compile it. And when you compile it, you need to get the ARM packages, right? And if you look at the Docker containers, it comes by default with Jetson. And talking about the Jetson Xavier, which has the storage inbuilt, yes, we have a latest version of Docker, which is which comes with Xavier. So in terms of Jetson, you basically use SD card, you install on top of it, you flash the SD card with a Jetpack and all this thing. But in Xavier, it comes by default. Now, the reason why containers, because we already know that containers can help you in expediting your packaging in basically build, ship, and run your application. So when we have, I have a slide which talks about how different it is from building your application on your laptop versus on the edge devices. But let us understand that you can go ahead and package your application. It's quite lightweight because these are the small, tiny devices, right? Just like a credit card size. And the other thing is today you have a Docker support for GPU, which is really important aspect here. I remember 2 years back, I raised a feature request for this, and it went till like 1 year. And after that, finally, I'm happy that we have a Docker and Docker Compose support for GPU, which means that today, if I have to run a container on my edge device, I can use Docker Compose to bring up that application, and my microservices are going to use the GPU, the hardware GPU, right? So that is something which brings a lot of benefit out of it. I'm going to show you example how you can use it. So we have a quick demo for that. Other than that, I think you are already aware of that, because once you build an so the main motto of Docker is you build it once and use it everywhere, and that is where the things are going to come. If I build it on my Nano machine, and if you try it on your Raspberry Pi, it is going to work unless and until except the reason that Raspberry Pi doesn't come with a GPU module, and Xavier and Nano has that. But other than that, you can go ahead, you can compile your application, and you can build the application on top of edge device, which are like an ARM based. Now, this is one of the example how easy it is to install Docker. So as I said, Docker comes by default, but if you really want to go ahead and compile the new version of the Docker, you can follow these steps and do it. And it's like hardly 3 to 4 steps, right? And this one example shows you like you will require an NVIDIA Docker 2. It is it's basically a cool toolkit which you need to install on top of it. Now, how does the Docker Compose talks to GPU? This is how you define it. And the reason why it is so simple, where you are defining a capabilities as a GPU, is because there has been a lot of massive work which has gone into it. So this Docker Compose file can access your GPU directly. Now, this is interesting, but as we talk about the software development side, but how do I build this app from scratch? And that is where a generic Docker workflow. Now, you have been hearing a lot about generic Docker workflow for x86. How does it look for ARM? So think of it as like you are a developer, you are sitting on your Mac or Windows machine, you build a kind of an image, push it to Docker Hub, and there are your customers or clients who are trying to run it. Okay. Now, this is one of the example where I say, okay, the Hello Whale is one of the container which I have built it, and you are deploying it on your machine. Now, the reason why it is working on your machine, because it supports the x86, and that is the reason where you see here AMD 64. This is what it works on your laptop, on your server, over to the cloud. Now, let's look at the edge. So as a developer, you built an application on your laptop, you push it to the Docker Hub, and now you try to deploy it on Raspberry Pi or Jetson Nano. Is it going to work? No, it is not going to work. The reason being, now you need a kind of ARM-based Docker images. And if you go to the Hello World example, now if you try the Hello World example, it's going to work. The reason being because it supports all those sort of architecture, and that is the reason you have to be really careful. While you build an application, it is not going to work on your ARM-based devices. You need to build it, okay? And Docker has done a tremendous work with a kind of with building, giving you especially the utility. So do I need an ARM-based devices to build ARM-based images? Not necessarily. You don't really have to be sitting on your Raspberry Pi and building that ARM images. And what shall we do? And that is where your BuildX come into the picture. Now, BuildX is a CLI plugin which can help you to build a multi-architecture Docker image, which means that sitting on my Mac, I can build a Docker image for my Raspberry Pi. And the way how you are going to use this command is docker buildx build and specify the platform, okay, based on your 32 GB or 64 32-bit or 64-bit. Based on that, you can specify the platform, and now the things are going to work. So whatever exists today in the Docker Hub, if you are thinking that it is going to work on your Raspberry Pi, that's not true. You have to build the ARM-based device, and that is the reason, for each and every application, really you need to see what architecture it supports before you go ahead and deploy it. Now, this is a very basic fundamental that you need to follow when you are thinking about it. Now, let's talk about a real-time implementation, right? So if you look at the Cherry board, there are three important components which comes into the picture, right? One is your GPS, second is an IoT sensors, and the third one is a camera, okay? These are the three integral part, because through the camera, you are going to look into the environment. Through the GPS, you are going to specify just like how you book your cab today from source to destination. And then the sensors, and we are going to see how, especially on the software part, how these three different use cases you can implement in just next 5 minutes using Docker. Okay, so for the first example, I am going to use a BME 680 sensors. This is the sensors from Bosch, and you will be interesting to know that when Cherryboard delivers a food packet, we really wanted to know what is the temperature inside that particular container, right? Where it is basically, when I say container, it is basically the box where we are going to put those food materials, right? Now, we need to find out whether the food is fresh or not. And that is where your BME 680 sensors will come into the picture, which will calculate your temperature, pressure, and the humidity inside that particular box, okay? So that it ensures that your food is all fresh. So I'm going to show you an example here. We will talk about the architecture. BME 680 sensors, we are going to use Docker. Obviously, as I'm working on Redis, so Redis time series is one of really cool Redis modules, which I'm going to use it. And then to make it more interesting, I will show you like how you can plot it over the Grafana, okay? So let's get started with IoT sensor analytics. So this is an architecture which I wanted to spend some time on. So think of it as like you have a Jetson device with sensors, okay? With sensors which can plug in. You can also use a breadboard if you have the other sensors, but primarily we are going to use BME 680. Now, you are going to run a Docker container on top of NVIDIA Jetson device that is going to go ahead and push the timestamp data, especially the temperature, humidity, and pressure, to the Redis time series. Okay, Redis time series is basically time series. So think of it as like Redis is like an in-memory database, which you will be running on top of your Jetson device, again, containerized, right? And then the sensors values are going to be injected into the Redis time series based on the timing. It will go ahead, and this Redis time series is basically is a kind of a database which is running over the cloud. So we have a Redis Enterprise Cloud, which gives you a capability to go ahead and host different modules like search, graph, time series. Even we have a Redis AI. You can do some kind of, especially it helps you in object detection analytics. It brings a lot of things which today the AWS recognition system brings onto the table. And then at the end of the day, what we are going to do is like we are going to plot it over the Grafana so that you can have all the readings. Now, you will be amazed to know that the complete solution can be containerized. And I have written like around 3 months back, I wrote a blog post on it. If you go to the redis.com, try to search for IoT. This is the first project which you are going to see. So this is how the BC 680 is going to look like. You can use the I2C detect command to just see the values. And if you see here, you see the 76 here, which means that these sensor devices are basically plugged into your Jetson Nano. In order to prepare the setup, you have to install the latest version of Docker on your Jetson device. And this is a container, a G3N/Redis time series -Jetson, if you really want to try it out. So this runs a Redis database as well as a time series modules. You can set up a Grafana again using a Docker with just a single command. one of the things which I want to mention here is we have a Redis data source for Grafana. It is basically a plugin which comes with Grafana, which can take all the Redis, which means that you can run a Redis queries on top, directly on top of Grafana itself. Okay, and so you need to import this particular module and expose it in port 3000, right? And that is where, and then you have so one of the things which I wanted to show you in the quick demo is like a sensor script. Again, this can be containerized and put it in the Docker Compose file. So I will give you a link where you can find all those files. But the idea is I just have to go to sensor, I go to the Jetson device, run this particular command, specify the host and the port, and it is going to go ahead and push this to either your local Redis database as well as the Redis Enterprise Cloud. Now, to start with, let's start with a quick demo here. So I am going to show you. So these are the commands which I am running on top of Jetson Nano. So right now I have 20.10.6 is the latest version, which is running on the Jetson Nano device. I can run I2C detect, and you can see here it's 76, which means that your sensor is plugged in. These are specifically the containers which are running on top of Jetson. I will go ahead and say Redis CLI info modules. You see here the time series module is already loaded into the Redis. And what we are going to do is let's run the monitor command to see like if there is any database, the entries which comes in. So monitor command is basically the live tracking of what are the data which is inserted into the Redis. So we will keep it open, and this is a particular GitHub repo where you can find a complete code. So I'm going to do a git clone, and so just a few minutes back I did try to clone this particular repo. So there is a folder called as real-time sensor Jetson, and let's go to the sensor loader.py. Okay. So if you run, if you try to see the options which you can run with the sensor loader.py, it is more like an host and port. Okay. And then it will again ask you for the password. We can create a kind of a dummy password here. So once you run this, it will try to fetch the temperature, humidity, and pressure. Okay, so you see this, the values are coming in. ts.add is basically a time series, Redis time series commands, and you see the value which it is fetching. So right now it is one of the remote data center we have put this particular device. It's a small data center, by means it's kind of a room, because these devices are like very tiny devices. Now, if you go ahead, the next thing which we're going to do is now we need to plot it, right? And that is where your Grafana comes into the picture. So if you see here, we already have Grafana up and running. And let's directly go to the Grafana dashboard. So it runs on port 3000. And what we need to do here is a couple of stuff. The first and the foremost thing what we need to do is try to connect this Grafana to our Redis Enterprise Cloud. So that has already been, so let me check this. So I will go to, so you see here the Redis test. This is basically where I'm specifying the address of a kind of the time series model which is running. So right now, since we are running it on the Jetson, I'm going to specify that itself. So let us go ahead and create a dashboard. Okay, so this is where you can click on the dashboard and then try to add all of those values, the temperature, pressure, and humidity onto our Redis, selecting the Redis time series on Grafana. So if you see here, you can select Redis time series. Command is ts.get, which will get the values in terms of timestamp. And I'm going to put 500 as an interval and then try to run it. And once you do this, then most probably we can change the panel title to temperature. And I will pick up the gauge. So this is how you plot it. So think of it as like your data or the sensor values which you are getting from the NVIDIA Jetson Nano putting it on the cloud, okay, and then getting it plotted over the Grafana, so that it becomes so easy for an end user to get an idea like how those values are being fetched from the sensor device. Now this is just one example, but think of it as like if you have 100 of those devices, definitely you can go ahead and consolidate. And it becomes so easy. The reason why we are able to select the time series, because we have a tight integration of Redis modules. So the next thing which is coming up is Redis gears, as well as we are looking at the Redis AI, which can basically do an object detection analytics. So we have a product called as Redis Edge, which basically is a combination of Redis OSS as well as other modules. And this is what you are going to see, right? Real-time values from sensors. Now this is how you plot the temperature, pressure, and humidity. At the end of the day, you are going to get, and this is directly coming from the Jetson device. Now let's get on to the next part, which is the GPS. We talked about IoT sensors, and the same process will be applicable for the LiDAR sensors too, right? So now let's talk about the geospatial data, and this is something which we recently did with Arduino. So in the Cherry bot, one of the component which we felt like we would require is an Arduino box, because we need to have a motor driver as well as move the wheels, right? And that is where, luckily we got Neo 6M GPS modules, which we are going to use it, so that the Cherry bot will know the source and destination, and based on that, it will traverse through the path. Now, this is what we tried, and I tweeted it last week. This is a kind of a Raspberry Pi connected to the GPS module. And the whole idea is getting those values from the Raspberry Pis, and again, putting it into the time series, sending it to the time series database, and plotting it over the Grafana. Now, with Grafana 8.1, there is an introduction of GeoMap plugin, which will basically, where you can go ahead and specify, you can plot it over the Google Map. This will require a PubNub, which is basically which allows you to connect to the Google Map API. Definitely, it is not completely free, but we just wanted to evaluate it and try to see if it can be integrated. The only thing what you get from this GPS modules are, by the way, these GPS modules less than 1K. So it's very easy to go ahead and you can get it in the local store. But our idea is to start with the small and then move on to to the much higher models, which can get you the more sharp precision and all this thing. And this is one of the example which you can try it out. And I'm currently writing a blog post on it. You get a longitude and latitude value out of it. Since I'm in Bangalore, it says like you are in Bangalore, and then you use a PubNub as a kind of a solution, which basically uses a Google Map API and plot it over it. So which means that now, just like a RoboMaster where you have to control through the mobile, you don't really have to control it. It is, since you are building a kind of autonomous system, you need something which has to be controlled by the software itself. And that is what we tried it, and we were successful. So definitely do keep a watch on collabnix.com, where I'm going to go ahead and post this blog post. Now, the third important thing is a camera. Okay. Now, how does your containers are going to go ahead and access the camera itself, right? And that is where, if you see, there has to be right driver, but at the same time, your camera as well as the GPU comes into the picture. So what I'm going to show you here is a simple example of how real-time crowd mass detection. So think this is one of the learning, how you can do the object detection. Usually, if you talk about the object detection, you always refer to the cloud. So in my last project, I worked in a project called as the Pico project, which uses, so the whole idea was, fetching, you have a camera module or a CCTV camera, which is connected to your Raspberry Pi, and you basically collect the data and send it to the AWS Apache, especially the Kafka, the managed Kafka service on AWS. And then once you receive those video frames, the other thing what it is going to do is basically it will trigger the AWS Lambda as well as the AWS recognition system, and it will recognize it. But the problem with that solution was it was costly. The first 5,000 APIs calls were free of cost, but after that, we need to go ahead and pay for the services. And that too, when you have a Raspberry Pi connected to the cloud, you can just imagine the latency which you are going to have. How about having the whole solution on top of Jetson Nano? And that is where we started looking at one of the project called as a Masscam. This is an open source project. And the way how you can implement a mass detection is with one single line Docker command. So you see on the right hand side, we are specifying the runtime as an NVIDIA. We are passing the privilege flag and exposing few of the ports and Masscam. And what you get here is more like something like this. So this is a kind of Dubai mall where we are trying to track how many people are wearing mask or not. And the interesting fact is we can the next thing which we implemented was plotting it over the Grafana board. Okay, now this solution is tested on Nano, which has just like 4 GB. But think of it as like if you test it on the Xavier system, that is a kind of an action item which I am going to do next. And the reason being, Xavier comes with 32 GB of RAM, right? And whatever you see the lagging here is definitely it is expected because we have very less RAM and more processing. And this primarily uses the GPU, okay? This uses a GPU to go ahead and run an analytics. It uses an OpenCV, Python, and the same can be achieved with a deep stream, right? If you on the Xavier system, you can have a complete pipeline working on top of it. Now, I think I am towards the end of this presentation. So I'm going to show you a few of the things which since I have a time here. So if you go to cherrybot.collabinix.com, so this is a kind of a site which I'm trying to build. And if you see here, the getting started guide, so you can see all the hardware here, which we are trying to build. So these are like around 14 hardware, which include the Prusa, Arduino Uno. So you can find all these details. So these are like the 3D printers which we use basically to build all those models. As we build it, we really need to have a very precision. And these models, the small models which you see, it takes around 13 to 14 hours, right? So one has to be really careful when building all those models. So this is an Arduino Uno which we are going to use to control a kind of the mechanism wheels which we are trying to build. These are like a BO motor straight which will be used to to power the wheels. We have a motor driver. Multimeter is required for this. I'm sure like you might be curious about what are the things. We have a soldering workstation. This is the GPS modules which I was talking about, the power modules and DC voltmeter, soldering iron. And if you really want to check how the full instruction of how you work with the GPS modules, the overall code. So this particular defines you when you connect a GPS with a Raspberry Pi or Arduino, you have to be really careful when you are connecting, right? And this is an instruction which I can put it here, right here. How you connect it, and there are certain configuration which you need to do it on the Raspberry Pi to make those GPS works. In the same way, if you go to the sensors, these are primarily the steps which I'm going to which I have already put it here. How you can do it from the scratch, okay? And this is a kind of a ready to go kind of a script. You can just go ahead and run it. And if you are looking out for the Docker containers, do reach out to me. How you can start with the Jetson Nano board is something which I have shown here. So this is how the Jetson Nano look like, and these are like complete hardware and software configuration which you need to run on top of it. And then the big brother of Jetson Nano is an AGX Xavier system. So this is how it look like. So thanks to ARM, they shipped me this particular device, so that I can go ahead and run a complete deep stream. So if you see here, it's a complete kind of a server itself. You have a Type-C connector, you have a power modules, you have a GPIO pins which you can connect on top of it. And these are the complete instruction which you can go ahead and follow it. So it shows you the overall statistics, like how much GPU has been consumed, how much CPU has been consumed. And so there are a couple of things which you need to go and make the changes. So This section also talks about the deep streaming containers, okay, how you run a deep streaming containers on top of it. And there are different, I don't know whether it is visible, but I can just zoom in. So if you see here, there are different Docker images actually, which you can use it. Like they are right now not on the Docker Hub, but you can directly fetch it from the NVIDIA Cloud Registry. So we have a deep stream 5.1, 6.0 is coming in. And these are particularly the steps which you can go ahead and follow to basically build the deep streaming. And when you say the deep stream, it's basically, as we talk about, it's complete pipeline. There are sample apps which you can go ahead and use it. So you see here the tree structure of the complete directory. Inside the containers itself, there are the sample apps which you can go ahead and try it out. So I think I am towards the end of the presentation. It's like 10:43, and I am good to go ahead and take up the questions if there is any.
Yeah, Ajit, thanks for your session. It's really amazing. So let's have a look at the comments. Everybody is saying amazing, great use case. No questions I can see.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was really great to have you in our conference. The use cases, what you were telling, like it was really amazing. So thank you so much. I think we can wait for a few minutes, like 1 minute, so the people will post their comments, and let's see any questions coming up.
Yeah, sure. And thanks to PDC team. I think it's a great effort, and I am quite excited about the whole schedule and agenda. There are a lot of great topics which I'm going to attend. And one of the things which I wanted to share here is, like, as you know, I am a kind of a community guy. I run my own Slack community of around 5,800 members. So if any of you who have been, you know, working, who have desired to work on IoT, Docker, cloud native. So I am working right now. I have a plan to collaborate with a few of the universities in India, where I'm trying to see how, because we have been hearing a lot about an IoT and containers, and especially the CI/CD platform and IoT, but it is more like a theoretical. So I would suggest, if there are students who are watching me, so I would suggest you to reach out to me through my Slack channel, and possibly there is a lot of room of collaboration, and we can collaborate, we can build such kind of a solution where we can see it practically, like how these kind of devices are going to help you in a multiple way. So thanks again for the whole committee for helping me out and, you know, reaching out to me, and it's always great to share the knowledge with the community. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Ajit. Yeah, thank you so much. We don't have any questions right now. So I think that's it from our side.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you again for being part of our conference.
Yeah, thank you.
was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.
Hey everyone, welcome to the event PDC Conf. I'm Kunal, and I'm going to be speaking about how you can scale your communities to be more inclusive. So I hope you all are having a great day or a great night from wherever you're joining. Let me just quickly share my screen. Hope you all can see it now. Cool. So my name is Kunal. I work as a developer advocate at CIVO, and I am also a CNCF ambassador. I've been involved in communities ever since I was in my freshman year. I also have some experience in running, founding, and scaling communities. So I run Community Classroom, where we provide free education to all. But see, this event is sponsored by Microsoft, so I am also a Microsoft Lunch Student Ambassador. And yeah, that's what we're going to be talking about today. And hopefully I can share my experiences so that you can apply those in your own communities or projects or events you might be running, for example. So to make sure that there is as much engagement as possible. All right. So before we get started, let's first talk about like what is a community. So when we speak about, when you're like, okay, I wanna find my own community, I wanna join a community. The thing you have to understand is, what do we mean by a community? What is it that you what defines your particular community? Because the goal of a community, the missions of communities can be different, and even in one single community there can be different people, right? For example, with different goals. So for example, if you're learning with your friends and you all have that brings me to my next slide, which is, what are the communities shared struggles? So for example, a few of your friends who want to learn about DevOps, right? So you form a group together or whatever, and you start learning. If you wanna collaborate on open source projects with someone, but you're finding it difficult to start with open source, then you form a team and whatever. You take part in hackathons, right? You take part in the hackathon communities because you want to get involved in hackathons, and in hackathons also there are people from various skill levels, right? So we have to understand what are your community's shared struggles. So for example, if you're starting your own community, you have to see which type of people, like what is the problem that you're trying to solve, what are the struggles of the community members, and how you are addressing those. This is very important for like the future slides, which is, what do people look to get out of your community? So as an exercise, you all can write down what are your community's shared struggles, and then in the future slides we will go through how you can tackle those. The next thing when you're defining your community, you should understand is, what is your mission? Okay, so why did you start your community? For example, I started Community Classroom. Our mission is to provide free education. We have so many other communities globally, like Microsoft's mission is to empower every developer in the world to achieve more. For example, every person, organization, and developer, I think, correct me if I'm wrong. So many other, MLH, for example, you might be familiar with MLH. You take so many, they do so many like hackathons and stuff. So there's learn, build, and share. So what is the mission of your community? You have to identify that. What is it that you're trying to, what are the problems that you're trying to solve? Let's say you can take it from this slide. And one thing I want to share is, missions change. So as the years go by, your missions might change. That's totally okay, but always remember why you started your community in the first place. Then this is the next slide, which ties very well with this. So what do members look to get out of your community? So we're talking about scaling communities, making it more inclusive. What do members look to get out of your community? So why would anyone want to join your community? Okay, what is it that you're offering? How is it upskilling the people? And there's a lot of factors go into this place. So some people might be joining to get some experience. Some people would just be like trying it out. Some people really, let's say, love the work you do, and they want to help you out in joining in the team or whatever. Some people just want to get benefits out of your community, which is also okay, like they're attending an event and getting some benefit out of it. It's totally fine. So that's the next slide, which is, what do members look to get out of your community? And then you can sort of like structure a community around that. And yeah. Let's talk about effective communication, because if we're talking about diversity inclusion, then effective communication is very important. You should have a proper way for collaborating and communicating. So, for example, if you are an open source project, right? So it's a good idea that, for example, in communications part, if there's a particular answer that is being answered again and again, so there's like a question that is good for a long term. So if, for example, if someone asks a question and they are like, okay, this question might be beneficial to people in the future use, for that you can use something more like a mailing list. But for ad hoc questions and things like that, much more faster way, you can use something like like Slack or Discord or whatever. It's important to let people give people a platform and a way by which they can share their views, ask questions, even resolve other people's questions, give feedback. For projects and communities specifically, I would highly recommend having like office hours. So you can have, like, if you're an open source project, like weekly or monthly office hours where anyone can join and anyone can collaborate and ask questions and share their feedback. Some of the biggest open source projects do this, like Kubernetes and CNCF projects and everyone. So they have their office hours where people can join and ask questions and collaborate. Making a community future proof. We'll come back to this slide later on when we talk about why someone would feel like they are excluded from accessing your community. Making a community future proof is also very important, because you might have other engagements, or you might be getting retiring or whatever, and thinking about it for a few years down the line. It's important to make your community future proof, and as you get involved in a lot of other things, it's good not to get burned out. So that's also very important. One thing I would recommend for this is finding community leaders in parts, like someone is managing a part of your community, someone else is managing another part of your community, things like that you can do. How to find these people? The way I do it is, people who actually show interest and passion for the community reach out. Hey, would you like to be a manager for this particular segment of community? So in running a community, when you start, there's a lot of things that go on. There are things related to let's say event management, socials, content, and let's say if you're doing blogging or whatever, staffing and all these other things. So a lot of things go into practice, and it's good to give other people a chance to do some management work. Importance of diversity and inclusion it's a key slide. So diversity and inclusion is extremely important, because people coming from different cultural backgrounds sharing their views. It's also, so the 2 points I would like to mention over here is from the perspective of the person, and how is it going to benefit the organization as well. Because if you are learning from people around the world, and if people around the world are contributing to your projects and getting taking a part in your communities, I think that's a very great thing for your organization as well. Some of the other open source projects like Kubernetes, they have their Kubernetes community days around the world. So what is happening over there? There's like in Bangalore and New Delhi and across countries in Asia. There's one in Africa, North America, South America, Europe, so on and so forth. So in the end, it's also helping the project, spreading awareness around the world. People from around the world join and contribute. They meet up at annual events and things like that. So it's also really great for the organization. For the perspective of the person, it's definitely great, because they are getting to be a part of a global organization. They are getting to, they feel like they might be excluded from accessing such activities, but that is not true, because if you're following good practices for diversity and inclusion, it sort of revolves around how you can make it accessible to more and more people. Which brings me to my next slide. Who might be excluded from accessing the activities of your community? So if you think about, okay, I have my community, these are all the people that are taking part, but what about people who are not taking part? Who might be excluded, right? That is what you need to think about. So there comes two things over here. We'll come over handling negative scenarios later on, but needs that are facilitated and needs that are not facilitated. Actually, I'll talk about this later on. Never mind. Over here, the way you can do this is doing surveys, reaching out to folks and seeing who. So basically, the idea over here is that they might want to get involved, but they might feel like, the imposter syndrome or whatever, like, okay, this is a really big community, how am I going to provide value to it? That is what many people think initially. If you talk about some of the biggest like open source projects, I've given the example of Kubernetes again and again, just because it's a very great example for an inclusive community. So it's like with Kubernetes, like many people will be like, hey, this is a very big project, it's very overwhelming, how do I contribute? That is not the case. You can definitely contribute. Even you can do non-code contributions. Just the best way to get started is just to get started. That's what you need to think about. Who might be excluded from accessing the activities of your community? Why they might be feeling that way? Is there like a lack of communication, or there's a communication gap or whatsoever? How to handle negative scenarios is also very important. It's important to hear about different perspectives. So I would recommend, if you're at an event and there's some negative scenarios, make sure that both the parties are feeling safe. You can go to a separate safe space, give them time to explain themselves, and then take actions based on the facts. Designing your community's needs is very important. So your community members may have some few needs, when it be that like at hackathons or in-person events or some open source projects or whatever. So speaking of projects, I think it's crucial to have like good documentation. So if you want more and more people contributing, then good documentation is key. It's very important. Make sure your project is like easy to set up. You have, let's say, automated that process. Less resources are required, and it just gets people up and running. And all the other things I mentioned previously about effective communication. Second thing can be like at hackathons or whatever. So I think over there you can definitely have keeping it open for beginners as well. So if there's a beginner who wants to get started in a hackathon or a project, you can have like, let's say, special categories like best beginners hack or something, right? So you can do that. The next thing is the most important part, which is at events. So at events, let's say you have like needs that are facilitated, needs that are not facilitated. So needs that are facilitated, in this you can get something like you're, let's say, labeling your food, right? Or when you have like in-person events, big in-person events, in the registration form they actually ask you like, hey, are you vegan, or do you have any dietary restrictions, or would you need any travel assistant or whatever? So these are needs that are facilitated. Try to see how you can build on top of it, like with every event. So what are needs are more facilitated, and then you can keep on improving event by event. But the important part is that needs that are not facilitated. It might be possible that you're at your event and some needs might not be facilitated. So like let's say your event is, let's say, not wheelchair accessible, right? You don't have a feeding room, for example. So these are things, let's say, you might not be able to give support for at that event. The best part about, the best thing you can do over here is that be honest and upfront. Like, hey, we really apologize. We were, let's say, not aware of this, and we will definitely keep a note of this, and let's see what we can do right now. So then keep a note of it, and make sure in the future events you don't repeat that. Code of conduct is again an extremely crucial thing. Code of conduct, it basically means that it's sort of like a rules and regulations for your community. So like, be kind. This is basically a document that says be a good person. So every community might have some additional rules, like no spamming, or no promotion or whatever. Some communities allow promotion. No talks about these things or those things, specific things. But overall, the idea is to make sure that if there's a violation of the code of conduct, then that is taken care of. That is why in the code of conduct as well, it's and at our events as well, it's important to highlight a point of contact, the incidents report. So if there is an incident or a violation of a code of conduct that someone wants to resolve, then they can reach out to that person via email or phone number that you can list over there. So overall, I would like to say that uniforming your communities, to be more inclusive and stuff, these all things collectively play a very important role. I would recommend that forming and scaling your communities around underrepresented groups would be the best thing to do. It's not like represented groups are excluded, but it's just that they already have like they're not really having any issues with accessing the community features and all these things. So to sum up, when you're forming communities, scaling communities, try to scale it around people who might be underrepresented in tech or communities, and then other people who are definitely not underrepresented, they will also love to help out. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone. That was my presentation, and I'm up for any questions you may have now.
Yeah, hi Kunal. Thanks for your presentation and like excellent way of explaining what is communities. Actually, like it is happy moment for us because we are also community.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
hope you all having a great event. I see I see an amazing lineup of speakers, so that's really excited for that. Yeah.
Yeah. So from my side, actually, I have a question like to you. Like, so how you came like after your studies, like how you came to know about this community and how you entered it? Which is a community? Your first one, like.
My first community. I'm also a student right now. Also, I haven't graduated. I'm in my fourth year. Started my fourth year. Um, my first community were like student programs in my freshman year, like Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador and stuff. Um, I think those are great programs to get involved in as a student, because you get exposure from when you get to network with people around the world. The community is very big. It's like thousands and thousands of ambassadors. I think in India itself alone, around the world there are like a lot more. So you get to be a part of a community in terms, like I mentioned, the mailing lists and channels. So we use Teams for Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors. So you get to collaborate with other people. There's also an online portal where you can see all the events that are being conducted by the people. And also the important part when you're starting a community is support, because if you get support from such bigger communities, this is another point I forgot to mention. um, if you're starting your own community, I would recommend that if you're not getting any traction from the bigger ones, because bigger communities, like most of them don't really do this. If there's a community that is already very big, it might be possible that they might be not be supporting smaller communities. This does not always happen, because many bigger communities support smaller communities like Kubernetes, CNCF communities. These are very big communities and they support smaller communities all the time. But it might be possible that you reach out to a big community and they might not support you. Best thing I would recommend you to do is like collaborate with other smaller communities, because small makes a really big community. That's what I did, and it helped me grow my communities to a very good extent. So collaborate with smaller communities when you're just starting out. But yeah, these big communities, if you be a part of these student programs, it can definitely help you in support and mentorship. They can provide sponsorships and whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, Kunal. That's great. Then, like one more question, like, so, which is the community you first entered?
That's the one, Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador. But my main parts were like open source. I think I started open source in the end of my freshman year. So I started contributing to open source, and via that I got involved in a lot of communities. I think that was the most inclusive way of getting involved in, because everyone is very helpful, and if you get stuck, they can resolve your doubts and all these things. So I think I started contributing to open source, and that was like my interaction with
Yeah, great.
with whatever I do right now. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So, and also like one point, like I appreciate like what you told is like it is not about only contributing the code. There are a lot of other things like a community means not only the code. It is like participation, like documentation is I think major thing. So most of the viewers who is listening to this call, like it is not like coding. Like so many people are scared. Like I don't know how to code, but I will contribute. It is not like only coding. I think like it is documentation and all other stuff too.
Yeah. So there's a number of ways you can by which you can contribute. So you can do something like in non-code contributions. Actually, there's a nice talk on KubeCon last year. There's also going to be a talk on this year. Um, so getting involved in open source and communities, coding is not the only way. You can do non-code contributions like documentation. You can take part in surveys. You can help design surveys. You can do contributor experience. You can if you're getting other people involved in the project, if you're spreading awareness about it, creating content tutorials, or writing a blog, for example, sharing your experiences. More on the GitHub side, you can do something like, if you found an issue, you can raise an issue. If you're looking for an improvement in the project, you can raise an issue for that. You can review other people's PRs. That is also a great way to contribute. Conducting workshops and conferences like this, that's also a great open source contribution. Yeah, this is an open source contribution as well. Other than that, yeah, reviewing someone else's code and creating new issues and all these things. There's a bunch of ways by which you can contribute. That's what most of the people do. Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. I think as a question from my side.
Yeah, just hi, Gunnar. It was an awesome session, very informative. Just wanted to ask you a question regarding the Indian context, right? When we talk about developers and being part of community and all, the Indian community, the Indian developers are people who are born and brought up in an Indian education system. Often find it difficult to be a part of community, even though they want to. I mean, they have the enough skill set and all. So, have you faced any issues like that in an Indian context, or do you see in upcoming communities and the developers who are new to the system? Do you see anything like that? Or and an addendum. I'm sorry, and an addendum of. Do you feel that a system-wide change has to happen, or any changes that you would suggest in the education system, which could bring up more participation?
That's a good question and a very, very, very valid question. It's valid because we see this all the time. Your points are absolutely correct. There is this. There's sort of like this is a very general thing that goes on in like Indian community, especially in the student sector. So to answer your question, yeah, it is happening, and the main sole reason for this is the competitive mindset that Indian students have, as you mentioned, raised up in the Indian education system. So we have like boards exam, the competition, then JEE, that's competition, then in college there's competition. Everything is competitive right now. So I think the sole reason for this is competitive mindset. Even in open source, Indian students have a competitive mindset, like, okay, I'm preparing for Google Summer of Code, and if I help this person will make a PR and they will get selected in Google Summer of Code. These sorts of students never get selected in Google Summer of Code. Even if they do get selected, they don't end up being good open source contributors. So this is a very negative thing in our society. How can we resolve this? Just by spreading awareness. So in every aspect, you talk about student programs, you talk about open source communities, you could talk about colleges and hackathons or whatever, all these things that go on. You talk about events, you talk about all these things. Everywhere there's a competitive mindset here in India. I'm not saying everyone has it, because I don't. I am a student. I have never had competitive mindset since I stepped into college. So I'm not generalizing anyone. It's not like that. But most definitely, I have seen this in a very big average in India, that there is a competitive mindset. And this is why these communities and students in open source, they never succeed as such. Because open source is not about competition, it's about collaboration. So they, even though that, let's say, do get selected in Google Summer of Code or whatever in some other programs, but after that, that's it. That is it. But the main benefits you can get from communities is via having a collaborative mindset. Try to not be competitive in open source and all these, like as a collaborator. Obviously, like with the projects and stuff, you can get inspired if you're a project and if you're trying to be better than some other projects or whatever. That's a separate discussion. But if you're talking about communities, it's all about collaboration. To answer your question, that's the main reason for this, all these things that happens in India with student programs as well. Do you really think like most of the students take part in student programs to help people? No, only a handful number of students do this. Most of the students take part in these programs just for the tag of that company and just for the swag and stuff, So this is a very weird thing, and it's just because other people overhype these things. So I think that's maybe one of the reasons. What I would recommend is just get involved and see where you can benefit. Don't just network with people. I would also recommend get involved in communities around the world, because that will give you a different perspective. of how things work around the world. In India, things work a little differently because, especially in student sector, there's a lot of competition mindset. But definitely, you get involved with people around the world, you will learn a lot of new things.
Great. So, what are the communities that you see are growing in India in numbers and in capabilities, and something that a person who is, be it a student or be it somebody who is working right now, could be a part of that could actually help them, and some of the upcoming, the meaning is some of the upcoming good communities to
Yeah,
be a part of in India.
I think it totally depends on what your interests are. So if you're not into cloud native or whatever, if you don't want to do cloud native, I cannot recommend like Kubernetes Communities Days India, for example, the Bangalore one. So I think that is a community that is growing very nicely. In terms of student communities, I see Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador is doing good work. GitHub Campus experts are doing good work. My own community classroom that I started literally on 1st August. We now have around 25,000 people, and I have like around 70,000 on my channel. So that's great.
Congrats.
We are aiming very big with that community. So I would say that go to meetup.com. Over there you can filter out according to your interests. These are the few ones that I can mention. I'm not really like involved in communities that are just specific to India. I'm mostly involved in communities that are part of like a global communities. Even the ones I mentioned right now are global communities. So Indian specific communities, I don't think I am a part of many. I am definitely part of Indian communities, but those communities are spread across the world.
That's great. Could you talk about your own community? I mean, the audience would like to hear about your classroom community.
It's just the idea was that the courses and everything that we see, there are like people say that hey, there's a lot of you can learn anything online. That is what people say, right? People say that literally everything is available online. You can learn everything for free. That is what people say. Then why is it that people spend thousands and 10,000, 20,000, 30, 40, 50 lakhs rupees in training boot camps? If everything is available for free, then why are these training boot camps making so much getting so much enrollments? I'm not saying you should not. Definitely you're doing great work. This is not a statement for like the any boot camp or anything. It's just a question that I'm asking, that if everything is available for free online, why are people paying to boot camps? But the boot camps are doing great work. They might be teaching some great things. That's why people are paying, right? So the answer to this question is that the first statement is false. Everything is not available online for free. It's not. So that is what I'm trying to resolve via my community. That, so for example, data structures algorithms, which is crucial for every student. You will not find a complete data structures algorithms course that is at par with what these companies and tech startups offer. So the tech startups, they have some really great courses, right? That's why people get enrolled in that. But you will not find the quality of these courses or anywhere on YouTube yet, because now I have started it and people are loving it. And that's entirely focused around how it can be at par at lakhs and lakhs of paid courses. So that is the idea of community classroom, that so many courses are there that are available, paid courses, but not everyone can afford that. So I wanted to do something like similar at that excellence level and even maybe better, but the students are to decide that for free. That's the only idea. It's like completely free for everyone, no gated content whatsoever. And I mentioned it again and again that not a single event or hackathon or in-person event even, and like future like boot camps or courses, or even if I do live courses, everything will be free forever. So that's the what makes the community special. Now we're planning a little bit more things like events, and we have started show and tells where people can showcase what they have learned to the community. So it's promoting teaching in public and learning in public. So it's just a month-old community. It's growing very nicely, and let's see where we go by the end of the year.
Congrats and all the best for you. But could you let us know how do we become a part of your community, contribute or be an audience?
Yeah, I mean, right now I haven't really started the. So we have started the how others can get involved with the helping part. So you can definitely join the Discord. Everything is in open. Everything we do is in open. We have also started our projects, by the way. So we're starting a web platform. We're starting building a mobile application. All of these things are open source. As I said, nothing is proprietary. Everything is open source. Everything is in public, so anyone can join and contribute. But related to how other communities can be a part and collaborate, that will, I think, mostly happen when I start doing more and more events. Because I'm right now, my priority is to complete the boot camp, because students are really anxious. They're like, please complete the boot camp. It's been already 1 month or whatever. It takes a lot of time to make videos. It's really hard work. So take some time. I think hopefully in 1 month or 1.5 months I'll be done, and maybe by the end of the year we can do at least one event. That's when I'll make an announcement and ask for other communities to be a part.
Awesome. Another question when it comes to community, you said you started your own community, right? So how does one create their own community, or how do they come about creating their own stuff?
I think definitely see what you are good at, first of all, and what you want to solve. So all the things that I mentioned apply over here. Problem that you're trying to solve. Why do you want to create your own community? How is it different than other communities? Why would anyone want to join? For my community, I have answers for all these things. So why did I want to start? Because there were no free courses. Because I wanted to make education free for all. That was the mission. I got so much traction, so much attraction, so many people, 1,000, 10,000, 20, 70,000 people joining, was because they really like the way I teach, for example. So that's my strong points. Those are my strong points. I promote about open source. I promote about learning in public. I promote about getting jobs and internships around the world. So even though big tech companies are great, but people feel like there are lack of opportunities because there's a lot of competition over there. But there's literally no competition, because there are enough jobs for everyone around the world. If you just look, you feel like there are not jobs enough because you're not looking outside the bubble. So that's what I'm trying to resolve, and people are actually joining because they are benefiting and they are sharing about their friends. So as long as people are getting to do something in your community, they're learning something from it, I think that is key. So if you want to start, let's say, a machine learning community, make sure you are collaborating with other people and getting some nice machine learning guest speakers, creating content related to that, creating events related to that, or workshops, or even your courses or whatever you want to do, paid or unpaid. That's totally fine. I'm not against paid courses or anything. It's just my freedom of choice to make unpaid courses. But if you want to make paid courses, that's you can do that as well, because getting content creators getting paid is always supported. So try to find all answers to all these questions. Regarding scaling the community, it's a tricky part. I was able to do this because I already have a lot of reach online, I think, and people, before starting this community, a lot of people knew me because I was already involved in communities. But if you talk about 1 year ago, not many people did. If I had started a community 1 year ago, it would have taken me entirely a year to reach where I am right now with my community, which is 70,000 subs. So it only took a month right now. I think it also goes with your image and stuff okay, this person is really awesome. They do so many events. They are a part of this speaking over here. They are helping people. They're trying to help someone. If I want to get into DevOps, I can ask this person. They would be helping me out. So let's say that's what I'm doing. I'm promoting my community in terms of what I'm good at. So for example, in my community, if you want guidance related to blockchain, we will not be able to help you, because I don't know anything about blockchain. So if you want guidance about mobile development from me and in the community or whatever, if you ask me, hey Kunal, can you create a course on mobile development? I can't do that. I know mobile development, but not at that much level. I haven't made any nice projects in that. I haven't contributed to open source in that. So that's why we don't have, let's say, many blockchain enthusiasts in the community or very mobile developers in the community. We do have mobile developers who are trying to help out, but not specific to that things. So that's the idea of community classroom, but we're expanding very much. I have big plans for this community. I will literally make every course free. That's the mission. It may take 2 years, 3 years, but even for high school students, even college students, entire certification roadmaps for cloud and web and whatever, I just want to make everything for free. It's going to take some time.
All the best for that again. Just another thing that we are going through is the COVID situation, the very sad situation of COVID pandemic raging across the world. So, how do you think the community has the different communities have coped up or have are trying to recruit their members or make people join, do their work and stuff? So, how do you think it has affected the world?
Oh, definitely hybrid events. So like obviously it has been like a challenge. Um, so basically like travel restrictions, for example, people don't get to travel as much. And to be quite frank, virtual events are not the alternatives to in-person events because it cannot come close to it. I think what you all are doing is amazing. You are having this live interaction. This is as close to as we can get for with human interactions. So I think like this is great. What many other communities are doing are like with many other virtual events, they're having like recorded sessions plus live interactions. That's also fine, but try not to have recorded sessions is my recommendation. Because once you do that event once and then twice and then thrice and then 4 times, 5 times virtually, it will just get repetitive and not many people will join. They're trying to resolve this issue. They're trying to make sure that no repeated talks are there or whatever. I think like it has had with remote, all these things going remote. One good thing that has happened is the promotion of remote work. If you're working in computer science or like as a developer or whatever, remote work is great. Definitely you can learn a lot from it, and I think it depends on person to person. So basically like with remote work, for example, if you have a 10-minute gap between your meetings, if you're in an office, you would not be able to do much, but at home you can do some chores or whatever, plus reduced commute time. People ask, how's the pay like in remote work? The pay is great. In India, the idea of remote work has been hidden. In the US and Europe and other countries, even big companies like Red Hat and VMware, employees from these companies have been working remotely for the past 20 years, 17, 20 years. This idea is not new of remote work. It's just that in Indian students, they don't know that remote work exists. Remote work is definitely a thing. You can work for international companies and startups. Some benefits include great work-life balance, great pay. So I think these companies pay more than most Indian companies, big companies. So the pay is good if you're looking for that. But the most important part, at least for me, is like the work culture, freedom to work on various stuff. The work-life balance is the most crucial part. Getting to work on exciting products, that's the most important part for me. Having a close relationship with the team, that's also a great part, because in big companies you have like so many departments and stuff. I don't like to work in big tech companies. I like to collaborate with them, but I would probably never, at least right now as I'm just graduating, I would not want to work in a big tech company. This is my personal views. I'm more than happy with like working at startups, international company startups. I get to work for people around the world and everything. I'm really happy with what I'm doing, and the things we are building really like going to be used by people around the world, and it's actually like making a difference in the world. The code I'm writing, the community work that I'm doing in these companies or whatever. So that's like something that has opened my eyes in the last 1 year since COVID hit, that remote work is truly awesome.
One more question here. You mentioned USA and Europe, and as we all know, India has more engineers and IT people working, developers, be it DevOps engineers, be it test engineers, than all the other nations. And you mentioned that the competition is one of the main reasons, and the attitude is one of the main reasons why we lack in being part of community. Do you see any other differences, any tangible differences between the work culture itself in US versus at least the product-based companies? We cannot always look into service-based companies as a mandate. for a development
Yeah.
company or Indian startup also, do you think the other than the mindset itself, there is any tangible differences between these teams where they are not fully integrated into the community environment?
It's like people follow the herd mindset, and that's the reason many people don't succeed. I can tell you this openly right now. For one of the biggest mistakes that you can make as a student, the number one mistake that you can make as a student is uh, tutorial hell, right? So like learning, but not applying that anywhere. Learning in secret, that's also a big mistake you can make, because learning in public, it's not like you should definitely learn in public. It is not like if you don't learn in public, you will not succeed. That is not true. But it's definitely something that can really help you. Many people who don't learn in public, but who do make it really big in the world, you can see that they do have some sort of a public contribution. So they may have like some open source contributions or whatever. That is also learning in public. By learning in public, I don't mean like share about everything you are doing or whatever. Third biggest mistake you can make as a student is compared programming. Please don't do compared programming. It's the biggest mistake you can make. Fourth is actually being stuck on one tech, which is what many people do. For all the 4 years, they will only do compared programming. It's going to ruin your future. Please don't do it. And now you may ask, Kunal, that's important for interviews, for clearing online interviews, for clearing the coding rounds. No, it's not. The compared programming is not required for that. DSA and problem solving is required for that. So I think you all feel like there is a lack of opportunity because you're not looking outside. So even though, all these other companies, the popular ones, like, FANG companies, these are great. And I definitely, I also applied. I also got selected for Google, for example. So these companies are great. And I'm not saying don't apply or whatever. Simple thing that I'm saying is apply outside these companies as well. What's wrong in that? Right? And people who work at these companies, they also say the same thing, that FANG is not the only thing. You can definitely apply outside. And that's the main reason why many people are failing in India. That's the main reason why there's like so many mass recruiters that take all these students, because they are not skilled. Point number one, they spend their entire 4 years doing CP and not even at a good level because of the herd mentality. So you can see, every year mass recruiters, you might also see in your colleges, 200 students hired at 4 lakh per annum or whatever. Even though that's great, I mean, obviously I'm not saying anything negative about these things, because these companies and these, recruiters and whatever, they are also, helping the family members and, making a living for so many millions and millions of people in India. So that's great. But the thing I'm telling about is innovation and having much better opportunities, for example. So above average as compared to the ones you can make while working for companies outside India or even in India. I'm not saying just outside India. Startups in India offer way more than FANG, for example, if you're into if you're into those kinds of things, so I think it's because of the herd mentality and the mindset that I only want to do these big companies. In the end, it's only going to affect you. People who like me, people like other people who actually have seen the world and who actually know what all opportunities are available over there. That is the reason very few people make it, because very few people are away from the herd mindset. Because the herd means what? A lot of people. That is why in news also you can see so many lakhs and lakhs of developers in India are unskilled. That's the reason. They're not trying out different things. They don't love computer science. They're not trying out various things. They're not getting involved. They're not looking outside of their opportunity windows. So don't ever underestimate yourself. Don't ever feel like I need to be an expert in this particular tech in order to contribute. No, just contribute, learn while doing. That's the most important thing. But this is like because of the herd mentality, and I don't think it's going to be resolved in India for the coming few years, because it's a very big problem and I don't think it can be resolved as such. Only the thing is, I always say that look at what your options are, look at what other people are doing, how other people are making it. Don't be just attracted to numbers and stuff. You hear about, oh, this company is offering 40 lakh per annum. That's great. This is a very big company. And in reality, it's like 13 LPA in hand and then plus stocks and bonuses and cost to company and whatever. So even though that's great, but it is not worth the hype to leave everything that you're doing and just focus on these companies. No, focus on these companies, but also apply outside. That is what I would recommend. In no way I'm saying that don't apply to these companies, but I'm just saying like apply outside as well. Like, apply everywhere and see what you want to do. Having a good work-life balance is important. Just don't follow the herd mentality and don't be restricted to just Indian audience. Try to get guidance from people around the world. It will change your life.
Yeah, Kunal. So there is an amazing question from one of the audience. So it is like, if you work for a community, is there any benefit other than like getting contacts? Like, I mean, the question will be like, there is a money benefit.
No, that's a good question. It's totally fine if you're making money via open source, for example. It's totally fine if you get a job via open source for communities. Actually, it's not fine. It's more than fine. It's actually why you should actually do it also. If someone is getting a job or an internship, I got all the roles I have gotten, I can say it openly. It has been via my community work and open source work. So that is why I always recommend people to do it. There's nothing negative about it. It's totally fine. So definitely there are benefits, as if you're someone who does not have many on-campus opportunities. If you want to get opportunities and work with people around the world and stuff, open source and getting involved in communities can definitely help you. Other benefits include upskilling yourself. So yeah, you can learn new skills. You can enhance your resume, for example, right? That's also a great point. So yeah, I mean, those are a few things that you can, but it totally depends on which type of community you are a part of. Other benefits, if you are asking, yeah, you get to travel around the world. That's a fun benefit. You get to travel around the world. Communities sponsor your events and stuff. I got to go to South Korea, Russia, went to South America, the United States, Europe. Everything was free. So as a student, on top of that. So I think that's also a nice benefit, but that is not why you should do it.
Yeah, right. So it's all about passion at the end. So
if you do good work, all these things will come to you. So for example, don't do such things for the swag. For example, many people, they do things for swag. So if you do good work, swag will come. Swag is great. I love swag, but that should not be the motivation. Oh, Hacktoberfest is coming. Make sure swag is not your motivation.
yeah, so that's a great thing from your side. And also, like, I think, Balu, you have any questions to ask?
So, what are the communities that you are looking forward to join? You want others to, I mean, you mentioned some of the upcoming communities, but something that you want to be a part of next, and something that you want others to actually join.
I'm already a part of a lot. So I think one thing that I can share with you is be active on Twitter. If you want to get involved in communities, if you want to find communities, if you want to network with developers, Twitter is the place to be. You would not find such things on LinkedIn. So I think be active on Twitter and everything else will come. But I think the communities I'm involved in are mostly like with the cloud native projects and other communities. It's like there's a data on Kubernetes community, there's a Civo community. So we have if you want to learn Kubernetes, for example, you can go to civo.com/academy, free of cost, no card required or whatever. There's a major league hacking LHDs coming up. So highly recommend that. Also free for everyone. Cloud Native Computing Foundation, everyone knows about that. Data on Kubernetes is there. Kubernetes community is there. Some other projects are there like Linkerd and OPA, and there's another community, GOP, which is also pretty cool. Elastic community is there. Global AI community is there. The Global AI Student Conference is coming up soon. Teleport community is there. Daytree is there. So I'm involved in a bunch of communities, but you don't have to be like involved in every one of those that I am, because these communities are specific to my interest. For example, you will not find any JavaScript communities that I'm a part of. You will not find any mobile development communities I'm a part of. But I can definitely tell you how to find these communities. Be active on Twitter.
Great. So it was a great session. It was very informative, and thanks for answering all our questions. And all the very best for your future. all the very best for your community. Do let us know how we can contribute to your community, and we'd be happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Hope you all have a great event, and see you later on. Yeah. Bye.
See you. Bye. Thank you.
Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements, We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and the global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic.
Hi, Gauri. Thanks for joining us. Gauri, please let us know if you can hear us loud and clear. Hi, Gauri. Can you hear us now? Could you please check if you're in mute?
Hi, I'll just be joining in 2 minutes.
Sure. Hi, Gauri. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you to the PDC conference for having me on board.
Excellent. Over to you, Gauri, and we are on live now. It's all your
Okay.
session.
Okay. So hi, good afternoon, everyone. I must know, this must be a change since the kind of people you've seen since morning. And I'm going to be talking about something very different from what you've experienced since morning. So before I start with the session, I would love to ask everybody who's watching this particular session, if you have practiced any art form in your childhood days. It can be painting, it can be music, it can be dance. Can I have some responses, please?
Yeah, Gauri. Can you hear me loud and clear now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Yeah, Gauri. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Just a minute. Oh, sorry about that. I have a question to both Mr. Harikant and Rishav. Are you practicing whatever you've started in your childhood even today? Maybe as a hobby, maybe as something else, maybe something that you do on Sundays and Saturdays. Okay, that's great. So now, what am I going to be speaking about today? I'm going to be speaking about Indian art forms and how it can actually change the way we look at life today. So my name is Gauripriya Sethuram, and I am a Bharatnatyam artist. Bharatnatyam is one of the classical dance forms of India. And along with practicing Bharatnatyam rigorously for the past 18 years, I'm also a painter. I paint several classical styles of Indian painting, and that is my background. I'm currently running an art management firm called as Indian Shades Art Management, where we bring India's artistic practices as an employee engagement or a learning and development program for all of us working today. So that's a little bit about me. So before I start with the session, I'm going to be starting with a small exercise. And let me share my screen. I want you to count a particular number of things in the picture that I'm going to be showing. Okay, so that was about me. Thank you to our sponsors. Also, thank you for having me today. I want you to count the number of arms that you see in this particular image. I'm going to be closing the window soon. How many number of arms can you see in this particular image? $16 or 18? Okay. Somebody says 16 or 18. Okay. So this is, you're right. So this is the 18-handed Nataraja statue, which is there in Badami in Karnataka in India. But I'm going to be, this is not the question, right? Do you think those are actually 16, those are actually 18 arms? And what I'm going to tell you next will sort of change your perspective about how you see Indian sculptures. So I'm going to be sharing it again, and I'm going to be sharing the secret behind this particular sculpture. As people rightly mentioned, as you rightly mentioned, this is an 18-armed Nataraja, but only that it is actually not 18 arms. It is actually 2 arms coming down together. So if you can see the right-hand side, the hand at the top drops, 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 and comes below. And the hand on the left-hand side also drops, 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 and comes below. So what does this mean? This means that this was the first representation of a dance movement which was captured in stone. This is not actually a statue depicting Nataraja having 18 arms, but this is actually a statue which is conveying a movement using 18 arms. So a hand at the top will come down, 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 and the same hand will come down, 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 and maybe he's doing this sort of a movement. And that is what the sculpture is actually capturing. That is the essence of this sculpture. Not everything is as plain as we see. Yes, yes, Mr. Arun, it is movement depicted through stone. So, and even as Indians, right, we discovered this very late, only in the last 50 or 60 years or so, we always assume the sculptures that we are seeing in our temples, the sculptures that we are seeing in museums actually had 1,000 hands, actually had 20 hands, actually had 10 hands. But this is an artist's way of conveying to the world a deeper meaning embedded behind an icon. And this is where Indian art forms take birth. This is their secret. And we are going to be unraveling a few of those secrets today. So let me start with something. So we started with sculptures. Now I'm going to tell you, how did sculptures breathe life into music and dance, and how can we take all of these things and imbibe it in our work culture today? Okay, let me start with another exercise. Everything in the world can be represented using the human body, using human speech, using Indian hand gestures. Yeah, we can represent anything and everything in the world. And let's discover the way that our ancestors did this. How do we represent water using our hands? Very simple. We can do this and it represents water. How do we represent a house? We do this and it represents a house. Now, these are some simple things. How do we represent a woman using just our hands? Does anybody want to give a try? You can start thinking, how do I represent a woman using my hands? Many times, I have seen people do this. And then I tell them, my father looks like this, not my mother. Okay? And this is a very modern representation, yeah? Let's think beyond this. Let's think about how our ancestors, how this civilization thought about representing even the most smallest of things, even the most minute of things. How did this civilization represent? So before we represent a woman, I want you to try this thing with your hand, okay? I want you to take out your hand in front of you. I know that I'm not able to see you, but I trust that you're doing this exercise with me, okay? And I want you to make it into this shape. This is actually the beak of a parrot's beak. And then we give it some feathers. And we make it flutter. And it flutters. It finds another companion. It goes all over our head, making all those wonderful noises. One sits on your shoulder. And it starts speaking to you. Okay? This is how we represent a parrot. And in ancient India, whenever you represent a sculpture using this mudra, it means you're representing a woman. Because usually queens and even general women used to have parrots as their pets to tell them tiny secrets and to send them off to faraway kingdoms. So this is how you represent a woman, a much more elegant way than doing this, isn't it? Now, that's a woman. This is a woman. How do you represent a man? Usually, I see people doing this, but then I tell them, women have won Olympic golds from India this time. Sorry, Olympic medals from India this time. So even we can do this. Usually, the Indian man or any man in general is just represented like this because they were warriors, they were soldiers. And this is a little bit about the vocabulary of representation in Indian art forms. How can I make use of this today? Next time you see your mother, instead of just saying, oh, my mother Uma, she's walking past. Can we imagine our mother as this colorful bird of freedom who has the sharp beak from which she can speak beautiful words? Can we imagine our sisters as having colorful feathers of freedom? And just like how she can fly freely in the air, that is how she is walking freely even in our society. Can we associate more color into everyday things that we do? So that is where Indian art forms begin. And that is the goal of Indian art forms, to add more color into everyday life, to see the world through a rainbow filter and not through a black and white filter. Okay, going ahead, so we jump back into Indian sculptures. Now, we know that this is an 1800 Nataraja, and we are going to go on from him to something much more interesting. So when we look at this art form, okay, so when we are looking at this art form, do you think this is a simple way of doing art? Or do you think this is a much more complicated way of producing art? And is it even necessary that, you know, your art form should have so many complications in place? And why was it done to have so many structures, so many waves, so many swirls? What was the necessity? What is the necessity behind representing anything in this beautiful, beautiful way? What might be their thought process? I can just, if I say I have to draw a parrot, I can just put a head and I can just draw a body. Why is it necessary that this sculptor has taken the time, effort, the pain to even sculpt the individual hair on a single feather on a parrot? Why has he taken time to even sculpt the fingernails on a particular sculpture? What must he be thinking? Is it because they had too much time and they didn't know what they wanted to do with that time? I would love to hear your inputs as to why Indian sculpture is so intricate. Or is it intricate? What do you feel? Okay. So now I'm going to let you in on a little secret as to what was running through their minds when they created these gigantic pieces of art. And I wanted to show you this particular thing where you can see even the fingernails and even the eyebrows and even the eyelids on this particular image. The fingers with their nails. Did a king ask that a sculptor to produce this work of art, or was it his own doing? What was going through their minds? What was going through their minds when they sculpted huge temples with each and every sculpture on this temple having the same amount of detail? A king would never climb to the top of this gopuram and check if he has actually sculpted it this way, right? There is nobody who's even going to check. So why must an artist take so much pain to sculpt everything individually, even though nobody is ever going to go and count the number of flowers he sculpted on a particular dome? What was going through his mind? And why did thousands of other artists do this? This was because they had a vision in their mind which they wanted to create. A vision which went beyond their lifetime, Imagine that, you're all sculptors in the 9th century and you're sculpting the big temple in Tanjore. And the king has told you, you have 25 years to do this, and I want a magnificent structure. Okay, and you're sitting. And a particular piece of sculpture is giving you so much of problems that you feel, oh God, why should I sculpt it? Why can't I change this figure into something else? And then they remember that, 1,500 years from today, 1,000 years from today, people are still going to be talking about their work. Let's say I was a sculptor, or Mr. Arun was a sculptor in the 9th century. People are going to be talking about their work well after their entire family has left this earth. And we are talking about it today, isn't it? So that is where we begin our story. Every artist has a vision which goes beyond their lifetime. Now, as engineers, as people running a company, as people building a community, as people building an organization, can we share this vision of a sculptor, a normal sculptor, not even a master sculptor back in the 9th century? Can we have the same amount of passion and vision towards the work that we are doing today? And the sculptor is not somebody who's carved the idol which goes into the center of the temple. He is somebody who has carved a small part of a huge gopuram. And even he has this thought in his mind that even a small bird, even a small lizard that I sculpt on my gopuram should last beyond my lifetime. Whenever we are working on new projects, whenever we are working on new initiatives, what kind of vision do we have in mind? Do we feel, okay, this is going to last me for the next 1 month and that's it? Or as leaders, or as people running companies, handling different communities, do we have that vision that, the kind of processes that I set today will serve as a benchmark to people in the future? It's not because they want to remember you by your name. I don't remember the name of any sculptor in the 9th century, do we? But we still remember the work that they have left behind. So can we touch upon that ethos that they had, that they are representing an entire civilization for the next 1,000 to 2,000 years? So isn't it magnificent just to think about it? Now, come back to another project that you are doing, that you are handling. Maybe you're bringing out your next product. What kind of benchmark should that product set, or should that standard of work set for the future? Is it something that they should aspire and talk about even after you've left Earth? So this is something that we can ponder upon, and one of the most important lessons that our sculptors can teach us. And they are immortal. They are immortal through their work. We can also learn a few more lessons from these sculptors. They are mimicking actual human life as closely as possible, and they are finding representation for all things under the sun. It's the same thing when we are designing artificial intelligence today, that we want it to mimic human life. We want it to mimic human interactions. We want it to mimic how exactly a human would converse with the world. And that the more close it is to reality, the more successful we are. And when this sculptor was carving out the eyelids and the fingernails of a sculpture 1,000 years ago, that is what even he wanted to do. He wanted to mimic everything under the sun. That is why in Indian temples today, the temple gopurams are not restricted to just gods and goddesses. Normal plants, animals, women giving birth, everything under the sun finds representation on these temple walls. It means to say that nobody can escape what the sun can see. We are all under his purview, and nobody can escape the things that he can see. And we celebrate it, and we celebrate every aspect of that life. Today, are we actually doing that? Are we actually celebrating every aspect of life? Even death, sceneries of death finds a representation on temple walls because it is as much a part of life. But are we doing it today? Are we celebrating the failures, or are we just celebrating and broadcasting only our success stories? Is it okay that we even hide our failures? Because nobody has asked us to do so. But we find more pride in only highlighting things that bring us happiness and bring us pride in the eyes of others and not ourselves. And this is one more important lesson as to even a small beetle, even a butterfly, everything finds representation on temple walls. And that is to be celebrated even today. What else? Minimalism, was it a part of the Indian way of life or not? Why is everything so complex? Why can't I just draw a circle and put a petal around it and call it a flower? Why must the sculptor painstakingly carve out every leaf of a magnificent tree? Even if you put 2 lines and put a cloud around it, it becomes a tree. Because the Indian way of life did not believe in minimalism. It did not believe. Minimalism is a concept that arrived after the Second World War, when the world was really struggling under the pain of losing everything precious in one's life. But in the Indian way of life, everything is grand. Life itself is grand. Every day morning when we wake up, do we wake up and say, oh my God, my life is going to be so grand today? And then do we wake up? Or do we say, oh my God, I need to send that email before 8 a.m. and then do we wake up? So what gives you a much more sense that you are leading a grand life? Of course, you're driving the same car as your neighbor. Of course, you're living in the same sort of houses as your neighbor. But must you also share the same outlook of life as your neighbor, or can we also have a different outlook of life? In the Indian way of looking at life, everything is grand. Yeah, there are poems which talk about how women got ready to go to the market, and we are going to discover that poem. And even to step out of their house, what was the grandness in attire? What was the grandness in thought process that they bring to their everyday life? So minimalism is not a concept that is celebrated in the Indian way of life. It is details, and more details to make even the blossoming of a flower into something of a magical event. So that is how Indian art forms have taken shape. And that is what we are also thriving on today. Now, coming from sculptures, we looked into the world of sculptures, why they are doing the things that they are doing. And now we are going to step into the world of poems. Are poems important? Are poetry important? Are ragas important to today's life? Is music important? And do we actually listen to music? Do we actually read poetry? Why is it necessary that I read poetry on an everyday basis? Okay, we've just finished the monsoon season in India. Some other parts we are also still enjoying that, and we are stepping into the winters. What happens as soon as it rains? What is the first thing that comes to your mind? Can I have some answers in the chat box? What is the first thing that comes to your mind when I say it's raining? Thank you, Luke. It's raining. What is the first thing that comes to your mind? The clothes are outside. Oh my God, I need to shut the windows. Oh my God, I need to get my dog inside. He's going to get wet. Oh my God, I need to go and cover my car. It's going to get drenched in the rain. A cup of coffee. That's nice pakoda. Oh God, I'm with a group of very nice. I did not expect these answers. Pakoda tea, yes. Now we are going to discover how Kalidasa has represented rain. How Kalidasa tells that rain is coming. You know, rain. It's going to be thundering. We are going to see lightning, and how he describes that rain is going to arrive. Okay, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a background, because this is a beautiful story called as Meghadoot, called as the cloud messenger. So we've all been separated from our loved ones for long periods of time. Okay, and even this man, okay, he's a yaksha, and he's sitting and he's thinking about his love, who is thousands of miles away from him. And he calls the clouds, and he gives the clouds a message saying that, you please take this message that I am missing the love of my life. You please, when you're traveling across the land, take this message to her. That's what he says. Okay. But he does not say, okay, please tell her I love her. Please tell that, I love you. Please take my message. So how grand is the message, and how is he trying to communicate this message? Okay. I'm going to be sharing that particular snippet of a poem. And what I want you to do is I want you to write a similar poem to your loved ones today. Okay, game. Okay, before we reach that poem, we don't actually refer to rain as rain in India. Rain is called as, Amrita Varshini. So what does Amrita Varshini mean? Amrita Varshini means, a rain which is like nectar, which is spilling out of the heavens. Amrita itself means nectar. So, when next time it's raining, can we say, oh my God, drops of nectar are falling from the sky? And we don't say, the moon is shining brightly today. Okay? We say, the enemy of the lotus has risen above in the sky. So the moon is referred to as the enemy of the lotus. What do we do nowadays? Oh, it's beautiful. Click a photo and be on our way. And we don't even share that photo many times. Okay. So rain is called as nectar of life. Moon is called as, the enemy of the lotus. And the sun is referred to as the eye of the world, under the eye of the world. And what is air? How is air referred to in India? It is called as Mukhya Prana, essential life. So rain is actually referred to as essential life. And this is something which is going to be very interesting. And if there are anybody is speaking Telugu, they will relate to what I'm going to say. What do you refer to butterflies in India, or in Telugu particularly? Butterflies are referred to as birds in a woman's sari, specifically Sita's sari. So when a poet is describing Sita, the way she is walking by, she is surrounded by butterflies, butterflies in her sari, butterflies in her hair. And the poet says, I'm not describing butterflies. I'm seeing birds which are coming in and going out of Sita's dress. So a butterfly is called as Sita Koka Chilaka. A bird in the attire, hidden in the attire of Sita, which gets freedom as she is walking by. So that is how a poet looks at the world. He takes the mundane and gives it that magical touch. So that, life is more sweet. The same sun gets up in the morning, the same moon we see. So how do we spice it up? How do we make life more grand? So now coming to the poem of Kalidasa, and the next time you see the monsoon, I want you to relate to the monsoon like this. So he says, oh dear, the kingly monsoon is on set. It is containing raindrops. Just like a king has elephants in his army, the cloud has gathered raindrops. And the monsoon is coming. The monsoon is coming, my dear. And then he says, how is it coming? It is radiantly shining forth like a king for the delight of his people. So it's a delight when the king comes out on the roads. Yeah. So Kalidasa said, the monsoon is shining like a king. He's coming with all command for the delight of people. For some people, rain is like nectar. They're waiting for the rains, for that day, that first drop of water that hits the earth is celebration for them. The cloud are coming like warriors marching, and they are wielding crashes of thunderbolts. So the thunderbolts are their weapons, and with flashes of lightning in their bowstring. The thunder and the lightning, they are coming as though they are the weapons of this king, and he's coming forth in all his glory. The whole stock of peacocks with their brilliant fan-like expansive plumage are calling out the peahens. They're calling. All the peacocks, they're calling, they're gathering, and they're saying, look, the monsoon is coming. Let us spread our wings. And now he shifts the focus to his love. Oh dear, the faces of deers, they are swiftly zipping from right to left, looking at the monsoons. And how are their eyes? They look like black lotuses, just like your eyes. So he's comparing the eyes of the deer to a black lotus, and he says, you, my love, you also have those black, beautiful eyes. Okay? And as soon as they hear the rumble, they go into the herd's embrace. And I am also waiting for the day when I run into your embrace at the thought of the monsoon. So this is how he describes that, oh my God, the monsoon is coming. He just does not say, it's going to rain, please take care, and keeps the phone back. He's describing in detail. He's pouring out his love like a poem. And he's describing, he's making her happy. He's making everybody around him happy with these words. And the entire affair of the monsoon seems quite grand now, doesn't it? So it is actually a miracle that drops of nectar are falling from the heavens, and then they go back to the heavens after a few days. And the next time you see, of course, there are chai lovers here, there are coffee lovers here. Next time you reach out your hand and make sure a few drops fall on your hand also. Okay. So that was a glimpse into Indian poetry, Indian sculpture. Now coming to Indian music and Indian dance. Every time I talk about Indian music, people tell me, oh, Gauri, it's all about devotion. It's only about devotion, devotion, devotion. I hate it. I don't really like it, Gauri. You call whatever you say, I would rather watch a cricket match, or I would rather go and sit in a movie theater. This is because people always assume that Indian songs are all about devotion, where it is not so. Indian songs are 10% of devotion and 90% of everyday conversations about jealousy, about love, about grandparents talking to their grandchildren. Okay? So it's about everyday conversations. And I promised you, right, that we will get ready and go out to the market today. So that's what we are going to do. We are going to get ready with this song. Okay, now what is the story here? This is a song written in the 11th century, and this is a scandal. It's a scandal. Something happened in the 11th century which caused a scandal in everybody's minds. Okay, and this is a song between a gopi. A gopi is a village girl, and Krishna. Krishna is this character, who's like Romeo. Or he's like Casablanca. His job, a majority of the time, he's only breaking hearts. He's breaking hearts of various people, not necessarily only women. Okay, he's breaking hearts. And now she's this girl and he's this man, and they have been together since a year, and everybody in the village knows that, this couple is together. They're always together and they love each other. They love each other very deeply. Everybody knows that. Suddenly something happens that, she's waiting every day in the evening, 6 o'clock, he will come. They will go for a walk near the lake. So one evening she's waiting and he doesn't come. He doesn't come. Oh, she thinks, okay, he must be busy, and she walks in. And then the next evening she again comes out dressed in all her finery, and she's expecting him. He's not come. Oh my God, what is this? They have never missed meeting each other 2 days in a row. Okay? And days, 2 days become a week becomes a month, and her friends come running to her one morning, and they ask her, don't you know? She asks, what? What don't I know? What happened? Did something happen to him? Is he sick? And then they look at each other and they say, she doesn't know. And they say, he's with somebody else now. He didn't tell you? And she's like, what? He's with somebody else? But we promised. We promised each other that we will be there for each other forever. We exchanged promises and we exchanged many other things, but we had promised that we will be together. And then she says, who is she? Show me, who is that? And then they say, it's her, look. She's there, no? She's the one. And then she says, and she assesses the situation. So what would we do today? We would go to Facebook and we would be like, who is she? Where does she work? What does she look like? We would get the entire history. But then she assesses her with one glance and she says, you know what? His loss. I don't really care. It's his loss that he has left me. It's not my loss. If he thinks that it is my loss, and if you all think that it is my loss, you're all wrong. I'm fine. I'm more than fine. It's good that he left me. And she goes about her life, her grand life. And how does she get ready to go out with her friends one evening? Okay, this is all there in the song. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to get ready with me, just like what a woman in the 11th century would, how she would deck up herself. We are going to do that. And all the men, all the women watching this session, I want you to try this out. Because, I know my own brother doesn't wear a pink shirt because he feels that, others are going to judge him, not because he doesn't like the color pink. Okay. There's so much aversion amongst us today to even properly embellish ourselves, to even put on good clothes and go to public. We feel like only when we wear gray clothes, only when we wear dark and dull and drab clothes, that people will take us seriously as professionals. Come on, who says so? Okay, so today we are going to get ready like this woman in the 11th century. And I'm going to be playing a little bit of music, and let's see how she gets ready and why she does the things that she does and how she liberates and empowers herself. Okay, ready? Okay, so what we do? We open our wardrobe and then we see, what saris do I have? Oh, this seems nice, and we unfurl it. And we go in front of our mirror and we wear it. It can be better than this. Come on, look at me. Look at all of us. We are so beautiful. I deserve something more beautiful. Okay. She takes another sari, drapes it. This is better. I look better here. I look much better. This suits me. What about jewelry? So you open your box of jewelry and you pick out a pearl necklace. Start draping it. I can do better. This doesn't suit my dress. Keep it back. Pick out another one. Looks much better, no? Looks much better. I'll wear two. I'm feeling very special today, so I'll wear another chain. Maybe with a locket. I look good. What about bangles and bracelets? I need them, no? I'm going out to the market. I need all this. What about earrings? What about perfume? And then somebody knocks at her door. Somebody knocks. And then she's like, who's disturbing me when I'm getting ready? What is this? I was taking my own sweet time. I was enjoying my me time, and who was disturbing me? I had blocked my calendar for today evening, and who is disturbing me today? Okay, and she goes and she doesn't open the door. She sees through the window. It's him. It's Krishna. He's come. And she wonders, why has he come today? It's a good chance for me to teach him a lesson. Okay. And this is a voice which is speaking to us from the 11th century. Okay. So what does she do? She says, okay, I'm going to teach him a lesson today. So she opens the door. Oh, who are you? I have seen you somewhere. You look so familiar. Oh, we were in a relationship. So she says, I don't even remember you. I have progressed so far in my life. Who are you? Then she says, oh God, we were in a relationship. No, oh, how can I forget? How can I forget? And then she asks, why have you come here today? Today, this evening, why have you come? You got confused that this is your current lover's house? No, it's not here. See, it's 1 mile away from here. Look there. Her house is there. You can go there. Oh, poor thing. Did you get confused? But she does not live on my street. She does not even live on my street. Oh, you poor thing. Go and meet her there. Oh my God, you have come today. It's going to rain. Okay. So when it's going to rain, it means something special is going to happen. It's going to rain today. Oh my God, you have come into my house. What a beautiful, fortunate thing I must have done that you come into my house. Okay. So you must remember that, she is talking to Krishna, and Krishna in the villagers' purview is like a savior. He's like the Lord. Everybody thinks, he's the king that is going to save them all. And she says, go. And she does not say, go, sir. She says, go, boy, go away. I deserve better than you. Okay. So a woman to be speaking this in the 11th century will come as a shock to so many people. Many times I've met people and I've told them, this is a woman who's speaking in the 11th century. They'll be like, what? Then how strong should I be? How strong should I be today to tell somebody, you don't deserve me. I deserve somebody better than you. Let's say, you've invested your time, energy, money into creating a company, into creating an organization, into pitching the next best project for your company. And then the project starts off, and then they say, we don't really need you in this project. We've hired somebody else, and we can take care of it. You can go to some other project now. So what do you feel? You'll feel like, no, what do you mean? This is my baby. This was my invention. Yeah, it was my idea. It came to me in a dream, and I pitched it. And I want to be there to see it taking shape. I want to see this baby grow up into the kind of vision that I want to be. And then they say, no, we really have much more better people with us right now. We don't really need you. Okay, and it hurts you. And then you move on, and then you join some other team. You pitch them another idea, and then they accept you. You're thriving. And one day you get a phone call. And then they say, we really need you back. We are struggling so much. And then you say, what? You're struggling? You told me that you don't need me anymore. You say, no, we are really struggling. We really need you back. And then you say, you know what? I'm in a better position right now. I'm handling a project which is 10 times that size. I'm handling a team which is 5 times the size of my previous team. I don't need to come back. I'm not going to come back. Why have you called me today? I'm not going to come back. Okay. And So this woman, she says, I'm not going to come back. And she goes on to put in more sarcasm into the wound. Okay? She says, should I welcome you like a warrior? Oh, should I expect that it's my good fortune that you have come? Should I welcome you with open hands? Should I come and embrace you? No way. Go. Says go. Says Pora. Get lost, boy. She says that. Okay, now she gets a little emotional. And she says, what is this, Krishna? I thought you can bear the entire weight of the universe. I thought you can bear the entire weight of the universe on your shoulders. And I trusted you. I trusted you so much. Couldn't you even bear my heart? So the symbology of the heart is very, very special in Indian mythology. It's the same symbol for a human heart. This is how you represent a human heart. And just like how the heart blooms, a flower also blooms. Okay. So every morning when the sun rises up, our hearts are also supposed to bloom like a flower. And she says, what is this? Couldn't you bear the weight of my heart? You can go. Oh my God. Then she says, it's a full moon night. Couldn't you find your way? If it was a new moon night, I could have understood that, you could not find the way because of the darkness. But it's a full moon night. The moon is in full swing. Kamalavairi is rising up in the sky. And you still couldn't find the way to her house. And you've come here. She says, no, you can go. She closes the door. So these are the kind of voices that come out when we read poetry written in the 11th century, in the 10th century. We always feel, oh God, it's so boring. Why will I read it? But then these are people who have lived. These are people whose emotions have been captured and whose emotions we still resonate with even centuries after they have left us. And this is why they must be celebrated, because I know after listening to this song, I have become more empowered. I can say no. I can say yes to the things that I want. I can say no to the things that don't really matter to me anymore, not because that society is pressuring me to say yes. If all the neighbors in that area had come out, they would say, oh my God, she's not accepting Krishna back into the house because he's the Lord. He's the Lord. And she says, I don't even care if you're Lord, if you're the God Almighty himself, you don't deserve me. I deserve something better. I deserve to have my integrity intact. If I allow you inside today, tomorrow morning, again, you'll break my heart. I don't want to go through all that drama. Okay. So she knows where she wants to go, and she is telling it using words that I know my path and you are not my path. So things like this is what we find, and we can start resonating with these things as and when we discover Indian poetry. I'm not saying this particularly about Indian poetry, but any classical art form. So what makes an art form a fine art? What makes it a classical art form? What makes it a fine art? Let's say we're all studying engineering, we're all writing codes, we're all coming up with so many innovative things every day. Would you consider what you are doing an art form? I would love to hear some responses. The work that you're doing today, would you consider it art? Yes, or you can say no also. Doesn't really matter. So how do we make sure that the work that we are doing today is remembered is called classic, looks class. Nobody can beat this class. What can we do to make it an elevated work of art? What is the shelf life of the kind of processes that we are investing in today, the kind of mindset that we are in today? What kind of things can be inculcated so that it reaches that level of being called, a class apart? It looks like a work of, it looks like this work of fine art. What can we do? So speaking in respect to the Indian art forms, the traditions that I have grown up with and I have studied, detailing, the more detailed a piece of work becomes, the more finer it becomes, the more it is elevated to be a much more beautiful form of art and much more revered, because it cannot be easily duplicated. Somebody, if you've drawn a stick figure, somebody else can also do it. But what can you do such that your work is not duplicated? It cannot attain that touch that you give. How can you make sure that you leave a personal imprint on your work each time? Make it your own, make it grand, make it larger than your own life, so that communities in the future remember the kind of work that you've left behind. How can we do that? Speaking in terms of Indian art, it is through adding your own touch. Every artist will sculpt a woman in a different way. Every artist will sculpt a monkey in a different way with his own embellishments. I have seen sculptures where even attendants, monkeys who are trained to be as attendants, are wearing jewelry. They're wearing caps and they're very well embellished even with rings. And as soon as they say, they say, okay, this is this sculptor's work. I know. As soon as I saw this particular embellishment on this finger, I know that this is the person who has done this work. I know, and I appreciate him for it. So in this muddle of this grand world, that particular signature of yours will make sure that your work is remembered for the generations to come. But the question is, have we discovered our unique signature, our unique way of doing things? No one sculptor is unique, no one sculpture, no one work of art. Even if you ask the artist to replicate the same work again, it will not come out the same. So the question is, have you discovered your own signature in the processes that you are driving today, in the organizations that you are driving today, in the products that you are designing, in the teams that you are part of? Do you have your own rhythm? Do you have a signature which says this work is a class apart and this work belongs to this person? I know that, and I can say it with confidence. So we're all on that journey to discover that unique signature, and I'm going to be showing a few other pieces of art which would sort of be an inspiration. And in this, we are going to look at the way an artist does things and how we can take the same thing. Let's say you're seeing a painting or you're seeing a sculpture. When can you say, that this particular painting is from India? This particular sculpture is from India, I'm pretty sure. That is because every Indian artist has a way of inculcating a lotus into his painting in one way or the other. And we are going to go on a treasure hunt and see if we can actually get these signatures. Okay, so this is a collection of Indian art forms. Luke asks, do you consider craftsmanship art? I think so. Yeah, it depends on what you're crafting and depends on how you have invested your time, energy to make it your own. Of course, it is art. I think even writing a piece of code is art. Coding is also art. Let me share this. So these are, as I said, India does not have minimalism. We don't have something minimal. Everything is grand, everything is over the top, everything is a reflection of life itself. So there is no necessity that this particular border of this painting needs to have so much of embellishment, but that's what is adding that beauty to it. And so where are the lotus petals? The lotus petals are here. So this golden one, this golden hued mantapa, this is actually a lotus petal, and this is a fully opened lotus on which this demon is sitting and the goddess is slaying the demon. So there is no minimalism. Life is grand, 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 which is reflected everywhere. Even here, we were looking at a museum to buy a similar painting, and my dad said, this painting makes no sense. Let me show you a better one. He said, this painting makes no sense. I'm not buying this painting. So for people who don't know, this is a painting of baby Krishna along with his parents. Okay, so this is a painting of baby Krishna along with his parents. And this is not the same demon, okay? Yes, good joke. He said, how can a baby be bigger than its parents? Okay, so my father is a very analytical guy, okay? For him, it's always plus, minus, multiplication, division. That's how the world should be. And he said, this painting makes no sense. How can a baby be 5 times bigger than his parents? It cannot be. Baby Krishna must have been so small and in the hands of his mother. But then, the artist, he said, no, sir, that is not how you should actually look at this work of art. That's not how you should look at it. There is a secret way of looking at it. There is a way, an artist's vision of looking at this work of art. So in this particular painting, Krishna is important. So he is the hero. This is Krishna's story. He is the one who goes through the trees, cracks it open, and showcases to everybody that he is superhuman. Okay, so this is Krishna being the central character. He is important. So that is why when an artist is doing this, to showcase that the focus is on Krishna, he is showcasing it this way, and not because the artist doesn't have a sense of sizing. It's because he wants to show what is important. Similarly, in the previous painting, once again here, Krishna, this is again baby Krishna, he's huge. He's much more bigger than the attendants who are coming and serving him food, entertaining him with toys and flowers. And we also see his friends. It does not mean that Krishna was actually 100 times the size of his friends. It means to say that this painting gives more prominence to Krishna and not really. The others are there to support the main story. So that's how it goes. So an artist's way of looking at life is poetic. It is grand, grand, grand. So it's how you look at how you take every breath and make it much more grander. How you live your life in that grand way. And I'm going to be ending with this particular quote, which I feel everybody will take home and start implementing it in our own individual ways. Art is something that makes you breathe with a different kind of happiness. And I hope that you get to experience it every day. So thank you once again. So this is Gauri here, signing off today. Thank you once again to the organizers and to the sponsors for having this event. Thank you.
Hi, Bala. I can't hear you, but I can see that I'm live right now. Yeah. Okay. So, hi, everyone. Let me go ahead and share my screen and we can start our session. Share screen. Okay. I'm going to go here, share my screen, come back here, make it full screen, hide. Let me go ahead. Perfect. So, welcome to the session. I am glad to be speaking at PDC Conf, wherein I'm going to be talking about embracing developer-friendly security with automation. Now, if I talk about developer-friendly security, there are so many aspects to it, which we are going to be covering today. But before we do that, let me introduce myself. I'm Security Relations Leader at Sneak. Sneak is a software security company. And I'm also one of the global board members at OWASP. OWASP is Open Web Application Security Project, wherein we contribute towards application security, and there are hundreds of chapters around the world. Apart from that, I'm also on the review board of Black Hat Asia, Grasshopper, and few other conferences. There's one thing that I feel that I'm closely associated with is the diversity initiatives in different parts of the country and outside. So I am part of InfoSec Girls, InfoSec Diversity, and InfoSec Kids. That's one thing which is very, very close to my heart. And Women of Security, which is WooSec. Coming back to the topic, when we talk about DevSecOps, there are so many aspects to talk about. There are so many themes that are there. Some people say that we were doing a traditional way of application security wherein we had a truncated piece of things. Let's say I was developing things, and then after 6 months, it was going live. Even when I started working in application security, that used to be the case. Now, over the years, that has changed a lot. Like literally, that has changed a lot. So here, there is one important aspect which has come into picture is earlier, if I say that I am going to be like one person managing the show, no, I cannot say that. Earlier, it used to be huge teams, and after everything, people used to go for party. Like literally, come home drunk. I've seen my friends doing that. But now, if there are releases that happens like once a week, and there are organizations which are actually releasing multiple times a week. Oh God, that's very scary sometimes. But think about how good that would be, like the whole moving away from this waterfall model where people are developing operations, and then by the time everything goes to production, oh, things have gone old. And that's when security used to think that, oh, there is something which is coming upon us, and we're just cleaning the mess created by others, which is not the case. Everyone can understand, even security can understand now. But there are times when people feel that this is the case. And that's when the blame game comes into picture. The blame game culture comes into picture. Like Dev said, oh, security did it. Security says ops did it. And if a breach happens, who's going to be responsible? The whole organization. Even if we find out, like, let's say, if we blame one person, can we just say that this is the only person who's going to be taking care of the whole responsibility? No, not at all. And that's when the big picture comes into picture, that how shall we take it forward? And that's when we need dev to work with secops to work with dev, and who not. And that's when we need proper people, process, and technology. Now think of something called like a whole technological workforce wherein people say, oh, we are there, we know the things, but we need proper processes. There are organizations like they have the best of people, best of process and technology. But what is needed is a culture. And that's when we need the DevSecOps visibility, and what can give us the DevOps, because now all of the organizations are moving away from the traditional waterfall model to the DevSecOps model, and people are talking about security. Like today at the con also, we are talking about all these security measures. So when we talk about DevSecOps, we want it to be like, okay, we have an ideation phase, we are coding it, then building it, deploying it, managing and learning it. But if we talk about what it gives us observability, traceability, confidence and compliance. I'm going to talk about it in detail, like why do we do that? And that's when during the ideation phase we need to have to have user stories, but those user stories should be combined with the security. Like, okay, these are some features that we need in the website. How we can attach security to those features rather than missing out and keeping it at the end. Now, let me give you an example. If we fix a bug in the end, it will cost us 10 times, 100 times more than we fix it early in the discussions itself. But there are questions that come in. How soon is so soon? That's debatable. But the thing to remember is that even if you don't have the right processes, DevSecOps processes at the moment, we are doing application security right. But what we can do is we can actually start automating. And that's when secure coding, secure code reviews comes into picture, scanning comes into picture. And then in the QA environment, even before it actually goes live, we can test those applications and all the mutations that will happen to the applications. Learning is a never-ending process, and that's not just for the security team, but for every team that's associated in it or associated with it. It is very, very important. Now, why I'm saying that? Because if we don't learn, then shift left would never be enough. And when we are trying to build securely the SDLC, and we're talking about secure SDLC, it will never be complete. And that's when we need to empower the developers that we have with the right set of tools. If I say that I'm a security person and I'm going to only use the tools and I'm going to give the flaws to people, trust me, it is never going to work out. I remember handling a project for 6 months, wherein it took me 6 months to just integrate a software code review tool, which can help me in software composition analysis also. That was very, very tricky. And if we say that developers have to do everything, trust me, it'll be very hard. It is not going to be easy. Talking about it easy, it is easy, but then when doing it, it is tough. Because when developers happen like in technology, they want to develop the things right. But if we tell them do the security things right, it's fine. But then we need to enable them as well. If we don't enable them, then obviously there will be pitfalls, and we can't blame them for all that. And that's when we need to understand that how much of it is catering to our own code, because 10 to 20% of the code is the custom code, not more than that. In my experience, most of the organizations, they are having this, wherein 10 to 20% is of the code which they are keeping it as the custom code. The rest of the code, what is that? And that's when open source comes into picture. So 80 to 90% of the code base is open source. And think about the indirect dependencies which we have in our code. That's again huge, because what I do generally, I have a website which is again open source. I download some stuff, and when I download those stuff, the interesting part comes is that when I say that this is the code which is open source, I just go ahead and still download third-party libraries if something is not working. That's the best way. And then comes containers. They look very sassy. Trust me, everyone loves it. Even security loves it. But when it comes to security, they are secure. But if you download a vulnerable image from the inheritance itself, or download it from a non-verified repository, what could go wrong? Or even in a verified repository, there is a vulnerable image which might have a backdoor, a malware, a ransomware in it. Wouldn't it be tricky? Absolutely. Then comes infrastructure as a code. Like, I'm a huge fan of infrastructure as a code. But then comes a point, if we don't do the configuration right, misconfiguration. And on top of it, I'll tell you some funny things. Earlier, misconfiguration was never treated like a priority or the priority. It was part of the whole list where people used to check it. But now organizations, benchmarks, standards, all of them have started considering these things. And even OWASP has just come up with something called OWASP Top 10 2021. And that's when it come up with a main point wherein configuration is topping the chart. When it's topping the chart, we need to understand another important aspect, which is cloud. Clouds is like one important aspect. It is turning into the whole app services. There are so much that we are doing here. And if we don't concentrate on the right set of services, we're going to get a big hit. Because when you move to cloud, what is the first thing that you get? Identities. If you don't manage the identities well, what are we going to do if we're going to have everything right? We're going to miss out on things, right? So I'll tell you a story wherein I was working for an organization or a client for a brief period. It's not recent, but a couple of years back, wherein I was handling the cloud security, and there come a point wherein I wanted to understand how's the architecture. Like, that's the first thing that I want to understand, because without understanding the architecture, how would you secure the cloud? Okay, started understanding. It's like, how many accounts do you have? Is it tentatively 200 plus? Okay, so you have cloud accounts and you are saying tentatively, which means you're not managing those accounts. Now comes a point wherein you need to understand who all are the root account managers. Because if one person leaves the organization, what will happen to that account? Or that person would be able to play around with that account, right? Something fishy could happen. So we had to spend months in getting that under one roof, do the automation, remove those root accounts, or not remove, but take those remove accounts from the people, change the passwords from 8-digit to a bigger one, put it into a vault so that till the time it's so much needed, nobody was going to check it. And on top of it, we had to manage those identities. Now that's done. But how about app? Now, people used to think that we have everything on cloud. Now we are secure. No, it's a shared responsibility model. So that's when you need to have automation in place. Now, why I so much enforce or emphasis on the automation? Because we have so many alerts that we can leverage from the cloud vendor itself. Talk about any vendor, from Azure to AWS to any other cloud, right? So there are so many alert mechanisms which are there. If something fails, there has to be an alert. If there's something fails, there can be a function that can be triggered so that we understand there are things which are failing. And if we don't do it, what happens? Breaches. And now let me tell you about this breach. This is one of my favorites. But lately I've seen so many others as well, which are like, okay, that are making me crazy. So this one, I have nothing against this company. This is like, I appreciate the people working there. They're doing so much good work. But sometimes what happens, even if we miss out on one minor thing, that becomes a big thing. And that's what happened here, wherein there was an Apache vulnerability, which was there, there was a fix available, made available, but you can't just go ahead and update the fix, right? Sometimes you take time. So that's what happened. They took time, and next what happened? Attackers got into the environment, they started exploiting the vulnerability, and it became a very, very big thing. There was so much of data that was lost, and on top of it, reputation. So what lesson learned from it? We need to detect fast. We cannot just rely, something will happen and we'll start working on it. No, detect fast, respond fast, and we need to do it at scale. It's not just that we're going to be doing it for some of our applications and done. No. First, let's go ahead and understand our own environment. It is very, very important to understand our own environment. Who is handling what, where, and why, whether it's needed in our environment or not. Even if I talk about the code base, right? The open source code base, There are so many libraries which are not in use, but we are still keeping in the code. Why? Why do we need to keep them? We don't need them, remove them. Let's remove them. Let's have proper process to remove them, because sometimes these unused libraries can be very, very tricky and can be very, very critical for an application. And in open source ecosystem, I've seen one very important aspect that we tend to miss out on updating the source of code because we rely on some people. There was one case with NPM wherein I remember somebody pushed the code, but what happened next that they did miss to like they send the pull request, but the owner, because we all do it on the volunteering timing, they missed to update or accept the pull request. That vulnerability was there for a very, very long time, and it was a huge hit for a lot of organization and NPM Foundation. So when that happens, we need to understand that these codes need to be fixed. These codes need to be understood well, what we have in our environment. And if I talk about the tentative numbers in a huge code, there could be n number of libraries that we would be using. And on top of it, those libraries, if they are vulnerable or outdated, what happens next? We wouldn't even get to know that what is there. And we might be living with the vulnerable components. And a funny story is alongside that earlier, if I talk about OWASP top 10, because most of the organizations consider it as like a benchmark, as a place where they look up to. So it was A9, which is at the 9th place out of top 10. But now it is like almost near the top, because everyone is understanding that these third-party components, vendors, are becoming the thing in any organization. And that's where DevOps relies on independent teams. Now, if I say independent teams, it must be contradictory to what I had been saying. Absolutely, that's very, very contradictory. Now, let me tell you one important aspect here. Now, when I say contradictory statement, right, there is some important aspect that plays a role here, wherein if I have everything right, but if I miss out on one aspect, right, just that one aspect, what could go wrong? Think about it. What could go wrong? Many things that could go wrong. Like from the starting, I have a vulnerable component which I am using, and somebody takes over my account. Oh my God, I'll be very, very scared. Like, scared is just a minimalistic word that I'm telling you. But what else could be there? Think about it. I'm giving you like 5 seconds to think. I'm thinking, what can go wrong? What can go wrong? Oh, I'm scared. So many things could go wrong if somebody takes over my account. And that's what happened with the NPM JS account. When people started testing them, when people started taking out the information that what are the information, what are the things that should be there. Oh, which is very, very tricky, wherein we started getting to know, okay, these are the things that are needed. So strange. Okay. Okay. Now, I am just actually going to show you something which you will be able to relate. Oh, okay, this is what you're talking about, Vandana. This seems to be very scary. But let me go ahead and straight to it. Come back here and my demo. Yes, that's what I'm going to do now. So I'm a huge fan of demos because they keep me awake. And I'm sure some of you must be feeling, okay, she's talking about a lot of theory, but I want to know more about it, that what's happening in the environment. What do we need? So here I'm going to go ahead and share my screen wherein it goes, right? Let me stop sharing and share it again. Stop screen, and I'm going to share again. Share the whole screen. Let me know if you're able to see my screen now. I think you should be able to see my screen now. Balaji, can you please pull my screen in? Yes, I got it. So here I have my Visual Studio Code. I'm sure some of you must be using, or a lot of you must be using. It's a good developer tool. Now I have basic code like anyone can think of. Now here I have some things written, like it's my website, and I have an extension called Instant Markdown, which I love using, like literally love using that. Now when I use that, there is an important thing which comes into picture, that it has an extension to Visual Studio Code, which I'm going to be using. So let's go ahead and search Instant Markdown. Yeah, it's here. I have installed. I can uninstall or update it, but I feel that right now I don't need an update to this. Okay, that's fine. Totally fine. Now I'm going to go ahead and minimize a bit. That's fine. Now here, if you see, there is the same code that I have it on my desktop. Now I'll go ahead and log to my desktop. And here I'll go into the Visual Studio Code. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start a server. Yeah, that's running. Now I'm going to have another tab, and I'm going to go to my desktop again. And I am going to do one more thing. So generally, I keep it ready. But for this session, I wanted to do it live so that people understand what I'm trying to do here. Here, I'm going to go to Visual Studio Code. So this is like the basic code for my website. Like anyone has the website running on a server. So my website is running on a port number. So let me go ahead and run my Python server. PHP server, sorry. Here I have it running on port 8122. Interesting. Now, as a developer, if I ask you to visit my website, will you visit? Think about it. Maybe. I don't know. If I ask you to visit my website, would you visit? Let's try. What is that? infosecvandana.com. That's a normal website, right? Like everyone, most of the people that I know these days, they're trying to have their website, and so do I. But then I do have a subdomain, infosecvandana.ngrok.io. Okay. And I ask you to go to that one as well. You'll be like, okay, but there's something fishy that's coming up. Do you see what it is? You've been hacked. Now, if I come back to my server or a code, there is a text file that has come. How scary is that? You've been hacked. Oh, so there is some file which is picking up. Now, if I'll go here, and so now I'm coming back to a developer machine. Now I'm going to go here. I am going to go ls. There is a password file, right? So if I'll go to this password file, what this password file say? Oh, you've been hacked. Now, if this is like the most simplest thing, wherein I am using a vulnerable plugin, like just the vulnerable plugin, and it is picking up files from my home directory. I use the word as password, but I could have used something else also. Let's say I use some keys, right? If I'll go ahead and maybe create some keys, and that would be downloaded here, how scary that could go, right? And that's when we need to invite secure DevOps into our pipelines. We need to, I'm saying it right. We need to invite them into our pipelines, not we need to land into their pipelines and force them to do something. So DevOps provides a huge amount of opportunity for better security. Many of the practices that come with DevOps, such as automation, emphasis on testing, fast feedback loops, improved visibility, collaboration, consistent release practices, and even more, which are like actually making the ground for integrating security and audit capability as a built-in component for our DevOps or DevSecOps processes. Only when we get into like a purpose wherein, okay, this is something which is very, very important for us. And only when we get our DevSecOps practices right with security, it is going to help us. Oh, okay. No. We are not going to do the demo again. Now, one of the most important aspects of DevSecOps is challenging the way traditional security teams integrate with the wider business, changing habits and raising the awareness across the levels of the company, which are not easy tasks. And I feel that and require a top-down approach if attitudes are to change. It's all about culture. When we talk about automation, we need to embrace the whole organization. And a sound DevSecOps process interacts with multiple departments and resources. If there are 3 teams working together in silos, dev, ops, security, even if within the dev sometimes becomes silence, what happens? Breaches. Trust me, they're going to create a lot of breaking barriers. And that's when security may have been easier to some extent when we started understanding. And that's when embracing the automations takes the front seat, wherein security team is always conditioned to work in silos, wherein they get the build, check in, and provide the bugs. But within the DevSecOps, we are trying to break this also. No one wants to build reviews to take huge time. I'll tell you something about from my experience. I used to do code reviews in 2 weeks. Can someone do code reviews, just the secure code review in 2 weeks? No, we don't have that much of time. By that time, there'll be 2 releases that will be gone. Yeah. So automate as much as humanly possible. Then teach dev and ops to understand the results. And I'm preaching the dev and ops side because I understand what they've gone through, what they're going through, because it's so much of pressure on them to build the things right. And suddenly security comes and says, I am going to catch hold of your neck if you don't do this right. Which is changing, but needs to be changed to a better extent. And also creating a manual workflow, which will get bypassed a lot of times. But security has to be tightly coupled with the tools which developers use and speak and see, like could be Jira, Jenkins, and many other frequently used DevOps tools. So tuning the tools is important, and insisting that build breaks only when there is a maturity that we have attained. Maturity model is very, very important to be attained. And now when all that happens, teams need to build champions. And these champions need to collaborate with each other at the first level. When they are able to collaborate, they are able to resolve the issues. Security champions could be single person in one team, can be multiple people in different teams. You can be I feel that incentive to these people would be amazing. Like we started an internal bug bounty program wherein we built a collaborative and inclusive culture. Let's go ahead and find the bugs in others' code. And it was never to name shame, but it was to enable them, encourage the security mindset, especially if it's outside the security team. Bridging the gap between DevSec, Ops teams. Single person per team could be like amazing. Building the security guilds, dev guilds, where people can advocate about the things that could go wrong. And another important aspect is cross-skilling, which is very, very important. Like we faced multiple challenges while adopting DevSecOps processes. So we need to have security exercises, incidents, stimulations, and provide and analyze the metrics which is there from the security testing side. Never forget that our focus is to enable all of us, not just security team, dev team, or ops team, but each one of us, and to get the job done security. And there could be times when we can offer the trainings which security team is getting to the dev team, to the ops team, so that they understand this is how the things work. And this is supposed to be, if there's supposed to be a product release in 2 days, security may take a backseat, and security knows that I don't need to be a bottleneck in this. We find the vulnerabilities, take an exception that after go live, by this time, the vulnerabilities will be fixed. And if it's a critical vulnerability, obviously you can't say anything. And that's when you need to come back and say, oh, okay, we are here. We're going to be taking the front seat, but we're going to let you go. So another aspect to it is if there's an injection vulnerability, like a severe SQL injection vulnerability, there can be two approaches to it. Stop the release, or second would be to have a release and there is a SQL injection, which can have some proactive control, a wrong side perimeter, and we fix it as early as possible. There could be a situation. And that can only happen when we have a security mindset. So first and foremost thing, leadership needs to know and make sure security is never an afterthought in the discussions. Reviews and documentation, security has to have its own space and should not be neglected. Now, I am a security person, preaching about it is fine, but trust me, when we all work together, it is going to flourish. And most successful DevSecOps implementation happen when security is not an afterthought by the leadership and the developers. And developers do not think of security as like, oh, somebody's going to just come with a stick and they're not going to let us work. No, this isn't because they're not doing it, but because they don't see it as an unusual. Now comes a point wherein ownership has to change. Ownership has to come from top down to bottom up. It has to be there. And that's when we need to have a right kind of architecture. Now, when we have the right architecture, we need the right set of tools as well. So these are some of the open source and some commercial tools, for threat modeling to pre-commit hook to software composition analysis to SaaS to ID to secret management. All of this is very, very necessary at this time. Now, when that happens, let's have the right culture. Everyone is trying to do their bit, and we should also go ahead and start doing it. Leaders should allow developers to make their own decisions. There has to be some transparency. Barriers should be broken between the leadership and the teams working on the ground. So leadership should be instrumental in eradicating the silos between different teams. They can be key to bring all the teams together. The top-down approach requires the senior and executive leaders to understand and support the champion, the new approach, and identifying an executive sponsor and gaining leadership buy-in. It's very, very important. And most of all, it's a team sport. And when I say it's a team sport, it has to be like when we are talking to each other, understanding where things are wrong. I'll tell you a story wherein I remember there was a vulnerability which was a very low or medium severity vulnerability, but there were some changes that we did. And after that vulnerability became a critical one. And we all were working together. We were speaking with each other. And that's when we could make a change. We could actually bring in the things in a different way. And we were able to fix it. Now, what can help us? Write our code, our own code libraries for our business specific needs. That's very important. And we can create a security pipeline, like a parallel pipeline. I remember with NPM, there was one person who had so many libraries to contribute to. And this person said, just suddenly, take out his hands from all of them. And everyone went blank. What can go wrong? And these are the risk things that we need to understand. And if a vulnerable library is there and we keep using it, that means our code itself is vulnerable. And there could be a point wherein we are trying to write our own tools and libraries, like Netflix is doing it, right? And even they have written a nice tool around chaos engineering as well to test what could go wrong before anything happens. And enabling DevOps in every way, we can fix cost of quality and even security issues, which are significantly happens in different cycles. So integrate security via tools, create security as a code culture, promote cross-skilling. It is very, very important. And here we are to the end. You can reach me anytime on my Twitter handle, my LinkedIn profile. I'll be more than happy to have any discussion with you around this. Thank you so much for listening to me. It was wonderful to have you. Thank you so much. All right. I'm trying to stop sharing and coming back.
was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and the global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready and most desired professionals in the industry. We bring together a large array of technology professionals with varied industrial accreditations, eager to help build enterprise solutions and enable the learners. Now let's look at some of the popular industry certification courses offered by Techaholic. Techaholic was conceptualized in mid-2018 as an open community platform. Techaholic connects industry professionals, vertical experts, and learners together, bringing real-world relevance and career exposure for enhanced learning. Our vision is to enable professionals and organizations to achieve more through the community collaboration. Our mission is to nurture industry-ready professionals who can enhance nosiness outcomes with skills on upcoming technology landscape. And our values are to make everyone shine by sharing our knowledge, bringing honor to individuals, encouraging innovation by using the latest technology, networking to enhance collaboration, and encouraging excellence in technology-enabled solutions. We are creating communities with the motto of Go Far, Go Together. We empower individuals to achieve more through their skills without worrying about anything else. We help our community members to become industry-renowned, self-dependent professionals. To achieve industry recognitions, you can join our community to work with our existing industry-renowned community leaders. Our community leaders could mentor you and provide the stage to work with local and global communities closely. Mentors can lead you to the next level of growth. Techaholic empowers individuals to achieve their career aspirations by connecting them with the right mentors who are proven industry veterans and subject matter experts. Internships help you with real-world experience. Today's students are tomorrow's leaders, so we will not leave you alone. We have open internship programs to onboard technology enthusiastic students through formal process. Lead your digital transformation assisted by our industry veterans and technology community experts. Our designs are centered around business and technical requirements. We optimize your cloud designs to enhance administration and user experience. We secure your cloud with defense in depth. We provide guidance on cloud governance and compliance. Techaholic can also help you solve problems like lack of flexibility in capacity and cost optimizations, time to execute, efficient remote working, and infrastructure monitoring. Techaholic is making it easier for both freelancers and organizations by inventing a new way of working with freelancers globally. As a freelancer, you can choose your assignments either through your own network or through our network. We take care of all the onboarding tasks so that you only focus on your assignment. We are continuously growing our community to help individuals and organizations in capability building with skill-based learning. In the ever-changing job roles, we are extending the learning outreach by nurturing the future-ready.
Hi all, I'm really excited. Today we're going to talk about level up your DevOps with GitHub Actions in Kubernetes. Here's the part where I tell you I am definitely going to post the slides on my site tonight, but there are no slides with this talk. This is all live demos. So the code that we'll build is online right now at github.com/RobRich. Let's go there. Here's that GitHub website. And, well, we can see that it's empty. We have some code to build. Let's build a DevOps pipeline that gets a website into a container and deployed into Kubernetes. You can grab this GitHub link really easily by coming to robrich.org, clicking on presentations, and here's level up your DevOps with GitHub Actions in Kubernetes. The code is online right now. I'm excited to present at PowerShell DevOps and Cloud Conference. This is really fun. So let's talk about level up your DevOps with GitHub Actions. Oh, while you're here on robrich.org, click on About Me and you'll get to this site, which will talk about some of the things that I've done recently. I am a Cyril developer advocate. If you want to talk about securing cloud databases, that would be fun. I'm a Microsoft MVP, a Docker captain, and a friend of Redgate. AZ GiveCamp is really fun. AZ GiveCamp brings volunteer developers together with charities to build free software. We start Friday after work. Sunday afternoon, we deliver that completed software to the charities. Sleep is optional, caffeine provided. If you're in Phoenix, come join us for the next AZ GiveCamp. Or if you'd like a GiveCamp here in India or wherever you're connecting from, hit me up on email or Twitter, and let's get a GiveCamp in your neighborhood too. Some of the other things that I've done, I do a lot with Docker training and consulting and Kubernetes training and consulting. And I replied to a .NET Rocks podcast episode. They read my comments on the air. They sent me a mug. Woohoo! So there's my claim to fame, my coveted .NET Rocks mug. So we have an empty repository. Well, it's mostly empty. I have created some settings. Let's come back to that. But first, we need to build up a website. We have an empty folder here. So let's say .NET New, and .NET New allows us to scaffold out a website really easily. We'll use that just to be the website that we want to deploy. So I'm going to say .NET New. I'm going to give it a of type MVC. I'll give it a name of level up DevOps and an output folder of the current folder. If I didn't give it a name, it would use my folder name, in this case, demo. And if I didn't give it an output, it would create a new folder inside that. And so now that we have that in place, we have some code. Let's flip over to VS Code where we have this project open. And we can see that it's a full website. We have controllers. We have views. And so I'm going to say, welcome to PowerShell DevOps and Cloud. Now we have our website. This is perfect. Our first step then is to get this into a GitHub repository, a Git repository. So let's create a new file. We will create this file as, oh, thank you, VS Code. Yes, I would like to create the assets. These assets in the .vs code folder will help me debug my application when it comes time to do so. Okay, so let's create that gitignore file. That .gitignore, and these are all the things that I don't want to commit to my source control system. So I don't want to commit my bin and obj folder, all of the content that's built as part of this project. I don't want to commit user files, so star.user, star.suo, the .vs folder. And we could also enumerate other things like log files or temp files. In this case, I don't have any, so I'll just leave it there. Now we have a .gitignore. Next, let's work towards containers. I need a .dockerignore. Now, the cool thing about a .dockerignore is it has the exact same syntax as a .gitignore. In fact, if Docker doesn't find a .dockerignore but does find a .gitignore, it will use that instead. That's perfect. So let's copy this gitignore content into our .dockerignore file. And now we also want to eliminate other things that we don't want to end up in our container. So for example, development settings, app settings.development.json. And here in properties, we have the launch settings.json. Now, launch settings.json is the details that we would use inside of Visual Studio or VS Code to be able to debug our app. What port are we going to run on? What environment variables do we set while we're debugging? We definitely don't want that in a production container. Okay, now that we have our .dockerignore, then let's create a new file, and this will be a Docker file. Now, it's important that this be named Docker file and not dockerfile.txt. So if you accidentally named it dockerfile.txt, you can just come in here and delete the .txt and leave it as Docker file. Now I have the VS Code Docker extension, so I have the nice whale icon that tells me that I've named it correctly. Perfect. And now we're going to build out this Docker file. There's 4 main verbs, 4 main commands inside of a Docker file. And if you understand these 4 commands, then you'll probably do pretty well at reading and understanding most Docker constructs. That's cool. There are definitely more commands for Docker files, and we'll see some of those today. But these 4 are the main ones: from, copy, run, cmd. First up, from. Now this is the base image that we're going to use to build up our image. And right now, let's head off to Docker Hub and go find one. So here on Docker Hub, I'm going to search for .NET, and I will come right here and land on this repository. Now this is a meta repository that explains where the other Microsoft repositories are. Samples is great if you want to look at lots of different kinds of Docker files. Runtime deps is what we need to be able to install .NET. So built on top of runtime deps is runtime that includes the .NET Core runtime. We can run console apps here. On top of that is ASP.NET that includes the details that we need to be able to host ASP.NET websites. On top of that is SDK that includes the build tools. Now we want to build inside of our container, build inside of Docker. So let's open up Docker Hub here, and here's that base image. Now, if we scroll down a little bit farther, we can see some of the things. Here's the Docker files associated with each one, and they invited us to use the 5.0 tag. That's built on top of Debian. Now, the interesting thing is they also have an Alpine variant here, 5.0-Alpine, that Alpine is a really, really small Linux image and Linux distro. And so let's build on top of the Alpine image instead. I'm going to come back here into Docker Hub, and there's that -Alpine. And now we've got our base image that includes our build tools. Perfect. Next, we want to copy all of the content from this directory where we'll run our Docker build command to the current directory in our image. Now, where is that current directory? Let's define it. workdir/src. Now, we could have put it in var lib something or wherever we wanted to put it. In this case, we'll put it in /src. Now, the cool part is it's going to copy all of that content into that directory. But as we say workdir, it's going to change into that directory and recursively create it if it doesn't exist. OK, so we've copied all of our content. And now we need to run some commands. Now, if we were on the command line in PowerShell or other places, we would do these commands. .NET restore, that restores all of our NuGet packages, all of our libraries. .NET build will build in release mode. .NET test, let's run all of our unit tests. Let's also build this in release mode if it isn't built already. That makes sure that we don't end up with one release build and one debug build. And then .NET publish will publish in release mode and will publish to the dist folder. Now, this publish is not that unlike right-click publish inside of Visual Studio, but we're doing it here inside of our build file to ensure that we get consistent results every time. But that's the process of going and gathering all the DLLs, gathering all the JavaScript and CSS files, and setting them all in place. OK, so here's all the commands that we would run from the console. We need to run them as Docker commands. So I need to run this one, and I need to run this one, and I need to run this one, and I need to run this one. And now they are Docker commands. Perfect. So we've copied all of our content into the image that we're building. We've run these commands, all of this at build time. And we now have the content that we need to run in the dist folder. So let's change our workdir to /dist. And our CMD will be .NET level up devops.dll. OK. Now we have a Docker file. And we could use this Docker file straight away, but there's a few things that we can tidy up first that will make it a little bit more effective for us. Oh, actually, we do need some environment variables here. Let's come grab these environment variables and set them in place. Now our Docker file is ready to go. This tells us to run ASP.NET in production mode and to listen on port 80. And then we expose port 80 so that other systems can connect to it. Okay, now let's tidy it up to make it a little bit better. Right now, we have our build tools and our source code in this production runtime container. Really, all we want is the content of the dist folder. Now, we could definitely come in here and say run rm-rf src, but because of the nature of Docker's caching, it's going to cache this layer and then this layer and then this layer. So we're not actually making our container smaller by doing this. Instead, we're actually making it bigger because we're adding a new layer that says hide all that stuff. It still exists on these former layers. So let's not do that. Instead, let's come back to Docker Hub. And here on Docker Hub, we saw that there is an ASP.NET runtime container. So let's go grab that base image. And if we zoom down a little bit, we can also see that there is an Alpine variant of this, 5.0-Alpine. So let's come back into our Docker file, and we will say from that Alpine. Okay, so now we've started a new image down here that only includes our resulting output. We can change this to the app folder, and we do need to copy the content from the dist folder into this current folder. Except for now, it's going to look for the dist folder out here. Well, we wanted to copy from this part up here. So let's say from equals build, and we'll name this one as build. Okay, so now it's going to copy the content from this dist directory in this other image. We've now split our build in half. Here's our production runtime server image, and here is our build server image. And I use server in air quotes because they're containers, they're not servers, but we can think of this as our build server and our production runtime server. We're going to build this one, and then once we finish that, we'll start off with a new spot and build this one. This will only include the results of the dist directory and the bare minimum that we need to be able to run ASP.NET. That's perfect. Now, we talked a little bit about Docker caching. So here's each of these layers. And I noticed that it's copying in all the files, and then it's doing a .NET restore to pull in all my NuGet packages, and then it's building. That means if I come in here and I change one JavaScript file, it's going to rebuild my entire website and restore my NuGet packages, which may take a while. If I'm doing local development, that might be non-trivial. I really want to run .NET restore first and then copy all my files. That way, Docker can cache my NuGet libraries and won't need to restore them every time. Now, I still need to copy in my manifest, so let's copy level up devops.csproj into the current directory. Then we'll run .NET restore. Then we'll copy in all the rest of the files. Then we'll run our build, test, and publish steps. Perfect. We now have a Docker file that is great for being able to take our source code and build it into a container that we can run inside Kubernetes. So our next step is to do exactly that. Let's go grab some Kubernetes content. Now, typing out a Kubernetes YAML file is really interesting, but we'll be lazy today and just copy and paste the Kubernetes YAML file that we used last time. So I'm going to switch it from last time to level up DevOps. And now we have our Kubernetes YAML file. Now this creates a deployment. A deployment will spin up pods. And in this case, we've chosen to spin up only one pod. We also have a service that will load balance across all of those pods. And we have an ingress that will resolve DNS and point it at that service. Now, we do have a few replacement expressions here, AKS URL, ACR URL, image label, and we'll specifically leave these as variables that we'll substitute within our build so that we don't get these variables into our source control and accidentally leak these secrets into the public. That's perfect. So we have now our Kubernetes YAML file that creates all of the things, and we're ready to go. Let's commit this content. Initial commit. I'm going to stage all these changes. Now I could definitely come here into VS Code and take a look at what changed, but because all of these files are new, well, everything is changed. But let me quickly look through, make sure I'm not committing any resources that I don't want to. Yep, that looks good. And so let's commit it. Okay, now that I've got my content, git status, we can see that we're ready to go, git push. And we push up to GitHub, flipping back to our GitHub repository, and now we have some content in it. Woohoo! We're doing great. We got our website scaffolded out, we got our Docker file built, and we have our Kubernetes YAML file that will allow us to apply that to Kubernetes. And so next, let's go build a DevOps pipeline. Now I'm going to come here into GitHub Actions, and when I come into GitHub Actions, it will start to suggest a few templates. Yeah, .NET sounds interesting. Docker image sounds interesting. I can go flip through lots of different templates. And I could also just create a new file. But this is really elegant to be able to look at each of these setups and be able to build out the content that we need. Now, we're publishing a Docker container. So let's start with this template. And I'm going to change this from Docker publish to Docker Kubernetes. And I will change this to Docker build and push Kubernetes apply. Now this is just a template, so we can definitely manipulate it however we need to. So let's make it build on the main branch. We'll come back to pull requests. That will be fun. Let's remove some environment variables. And now we have one step that will check out our content. Let's remove these steps. And we want to do a Docker build and push kubectl apply. We won't use that. We'll say run. And then we'll start typing our build script. Now we could definitely put this into a separate file. Maybe it's a build.sh or a build.ps1. But here's what we want to do. Docker build dot to get our current directory. And let's tag this on the way, level up DevOps. And now we want to start using some of those environment variables. I want to be able to, for example, identify my ACR URL here. Well, how do I do this? Now, I did say that I did set up a few secrets in here. So ahead of time, I came in here to settings and I went to secrets and I created a few secrets, ACR password, ACR URL, ACR username. That will help us locate our Docker registry. In this case, I'm using Azure Container Registry, AKS URL and kubeconfig. That helps us understand where our Kubernetes is. And in this case, I did that on Azure Kubernetes Service. So how do we use these secrets? Well, we've got them set up. Here's our GitHub docs. And then in our workflow, we can do this, $curly secrets dot that secret name, and then curly. Okay, back here in our file, then if we want the ACR URL, let's do $curly secrets.acr URL. And I'll actually label it with github.sha, which is the git hash for this commit. Now that definitely isn't Semver, but it is unique per build. And the value here is that given a running pod, running container in production, I know exactly what source code created it. I can now check out that source code and I can recreate that process. Okay, so we've built this container, we've tagged it nicely. So our next step is to Docker push this container up to our registry. Let's go grab that container name and we will push it. Now to be able to push, we first need to log into our registry. let's head over to the marketplace and look for Docker login. Here's Docker login. That works out pretty well. And let's take a look at this. Here's the details that we need to include in our YAML file. I'm going to copy that. We could also go to the full marketplace listing where we could see content around how this action works, perhaps the GitHub repository that created it. And that's really elegant too. Now I'm going to come in here and add a new step right here. I will need to fix the indenting there. There we go. And now there's a couple of things that we need to fill in. Our registry. What is the URL of our registry? Good thing we have a secret for that, secrets.acr URL. We need our username. We have a secret for that, ACR username. What is the password to our registry? We have a secret for that, ACR password. And then log out. Log out is interesting. If we're running on shared hosting, it's important for us to log out. So we'll set this to true. If we're on a GitHub build agent, then it automatically destroys the VM once we're done with our build. And so we could leave that off if we wanted to. But it's good hygiene, so let's do that. Okay, so we log into our Docker container registry. We build and push our container. And the next step is for us to kubectl apply -f-k8s.yaml. Now that will run our content inside of Kubernetes. Now we do need to log into Kubernetes, so let's go back to the marketplace and we will search for Kubernetes set context. Let's take a look at this one. Yep, that'll work. Copy. Let's indent this a little bit better. There we go. Now this Kubernetes set context, I can give it a method here where how do I want to connect? The default is kubeconfig, and let's use that. And now because we've chosen kubeconfig, let's set our kubeconfig. We have a secret for that, secrets.kubeconfig. I grabbed this by copying that portion of my of the config file inside my .cube directory inside my user profile. And because we're authenticating with kubeconfig, we don't need the rest of this content. So let's delete all of this. And we're now logged into our Kubernetes cluster. So when we do a kubectl apply, then that content will get into place. Now we do have a few environment variables here that we need to replace. So let's go grab this sed command that will get us where we need to go. Now this sed command will replace content in our Kubernetes YAML file. We're going to not back up. We're going to replace ACR URL with the secret, AKS URL with the secret, and image label also with the GitHub SHA. So that'll come through here in our file and replace this content and basically do all of the things to put those secrets in place. Now I am doing it globally across all of the things. So in case there are two places where I reference image label, I will replace both of them. Now I'm very specifically doing this after I do a Docker push, because if I was, for example, to do this not here, but here, and if I were to, for example, forget to include k8s.yaml here in my Docker ignore, then glad we just added it, but yeah, I had definitely forgot that. If I had done that here, then these secrets would get included in the image that I was building. I definitely don't want to do that. So let's do this after I build and push my image. Now, even if I had accidentally ignored this Kubernetes YAML file, it wouldn't include any of my secrets, and what would be applied to Kubernetes would be just the default. That's perfect. So we're going to log into Docker. We will log into Kubernetes. We'll build our image running all of the steps in our Docker file. We'll push that image up to our container registry. We'll set out the secrets, and we'll apply that to our Kubernetes YAML file, or to our Kubernetes cluster. So here's our create DevOps pipeline, and we will commit that new file. Now, the cool part about this is it's just a file inside of our repository. So if we come back here and say git pull, then it's just one of the files here in our repository, and we can edit it in VS Code just as easily as we can edit it anywhere else. That's cool. But because it happens to be in this .github/workflows folder, then it also kicked off a build. We can see this spot here. Let's go to the details of our build and take a look at the steps that it's doing. Now it's going to do a Docker login, a Kubernetes set context, run all of the commands in our Docker build and push kubectl apply step. That's going to run all of the steps in our Docker file. It looks like its build just finished. So now it's going to run all of our tests. There's our tests running. It's going to publish that content and ultimately then take that into that second stage of the Docker build and push that up to our container registry, and then finally start our website inside of Kubernetes. Looks like it's just finishing up here. Let's see if our build is going to go green. Yes, our build succeeded. That is excellent. Now, it does take a while for the kdes.yaml. It does take a while for the DNS to propagate for an ingress controller. So because we don't want to wait, let's use port forwarding to be able to get into our service. Now, we could port forward into a particular pod, or we could port forward into a deployment, or we could port forward into a service. Let's do that. Okay. So let's say kubectl port forward, and we will port forward from to service/level up DevOps, and we'll port forward from port 80 on our local machine to port 80 inside the container or inside the service, but maybe something is already running on port 80, so we'll do port 8080 from our local machine. Okay, there we go. Now we've got that port forward in place. Let's come back here and we'll go to localhost 8080. And we can see our website running inside of Kubernetes. That is awesome. Now, there are a few things that we can do to extend this. We set aside pull requests. Let's come back to that. But wouldn't it be cool also to have a README here in our repository and have a build status badge? So let's do that first. Let's create a README here in our project. I'm going to create a new file, and this will be a readme.md. And let's go grab some content for the README file. Here's some content there. And now I want to add a status badge. Let's add it right here. Here in our builds, I will come in here into actions, take a look at this build, and go grab the status badge. I love that. And it includes all of the markdown that I need to be able to set in my README. Copy that, paste it in place right here. And now we've got a README file. Let's stage that. Ooh, good thing we fixed that bug in our Docker ignore file to exclude the Kubernetes YAML file. Let's stage that. And let's also take a look at a pull request build. Now we have this build that is doing all of the normal things. That's perfect. Let's copy this build and let's create a new build. Actually, let's paste. And we will change this to Docker PR. Docker PR.yaml, there we go. And so in this one, we're not going to build and push and Kubernetes apply. We'll do Docker build a PR. Now, we don't need to do this on the main branch. The other build will do the main branch. We want to do pull request. Oh, I need to close that quote. There we go. Pull request. Thank you, VS Code. I want to do this on all branches. Now I'm specifically doing this. Oh, I need branches. There we go. I'm specifically doing this on not main in case our workflow involves creating a new branch and pushing that branch. And I'm also doing it on pull requests in case this is an open source project where we get pull requests from outside. Now, what are the steps that we need to do? Well, here are the steps that we're doing. We probably don't want to push this into production, so let's not kubectl apply. We probably don't need to replace our secrets because, well, we're not using them. We don't need to log into Kubernetes because we're not going to deploy this to Kubernetes. We don't want to push the resulting image to our container registry because, well, we don't want to save this, which means we don't need to Docker login. And to that end, let's not even tag it with our secret. Let's just call it levelups-pr. Now, this build is quite simple. It's only going to run Docker build. Now, we'll still do all of the steps inside of our Docker file. So it'll do a build, test, publish, copy the content to the new image. And so we'll still validate that all of our unit tests pass and only publish if they do. But here in our build, we don't need to do all of those other steps. So it's a really simple build. Okay, let's come in here into our source control and add that build. So a PR build and readme file. Let's commit that. And then we will git push origin main. Once that content pushes up to GitHub, there we go. Let's come back in here and take a look at our build. Now we just pushed to the main branch, so it's going to kick off a new build. Last time we went in this way. Let's go in through actions this time to see how it's doing. Now we can see our previous build that succeeded. That's great. And we can see our new build. Let's jump into that. And we can jump into the particular step that we're doing. And now we'll get to see all the content. We did a Docker login, a Kubernetes set context, and we just finished pulling our base container. Now let's restore our NuGet packages. Let's see. Now we're doing a Docker build. Let's see, do we have any typos in our C# project? Nope, it looks like that build succeeded. Run all of our tests. There are no failing tests, so that succeeded. We'll publish. Here we're flipping over into our new image, our runtime image. Now we're pushing this up to our container registry. That's working out really great. And now we're back in our build file where we do Kubernetes set context, Kubernetes apply, and we get that new version up in Kubernetes, and our build went green. So back on our home page, we can see that we've got our green build and we have our status badge that tells us it's passing. That's perfect. Well, now what if we want to do this for other branches in our repository? Maybe we want to do this for a develop branch in addition to our main branch. So we could come in here and we could copy this build and we could paste it. And then maybe instead of secrets ACR URL, we'll say develop ACR URL, and we'll change this one to this and this one to this. And we end up with a little bit of sprawl in our build. Now we could definitely do that, changing our branches to develop as well. But there's also a thing here in GitHub where if we go back to our secrets, we have environment-specific secrets. Now an environment in GitHub is a branch. So we could create secrets specific to the develop branch and secrets specific to the main branch. And if we did that, then we could just modify this not just to say main, but also to say develop. And now our build using the exact same steps, but with different values for these secrets, could build not only to production, but also to our dev and test servers as well. Now we do want to modify our PR build to also exclude the develop branch. But now we have a pull request. Now we have a build that will work for all of our dev test environments as well. Let's stage that. We'll diff these and make sure that they are as we expect. Yep, we're just adding the develop steps in here. Add develop builds. And let's push that up into GitHub as well. Now we've pushed into our main branch, so we'll kick off another build. I think I erased the terminal there. There we go. And so this build will do the exact same steps that we've seen previously, where it will log into our Docker registry. It will log into our Kubernetes context. It will run all of the steps inside of our Docker file, including pulling those NuGet packages, running our build, running our unit tests. And the cool part is if there was a failure in our build, or if any of our unit tests failed, then the step would stop there. We would never get to a production image. We would never apply it to our Kubernetes registry. But in this case, our build is succeeding, our unit tests pass, and so we'll get this new version deployed straight away into Kubernetes. This has been a lot of fun getting to show you how to set up a DevOps pipeline inside GitHub Actions to be able pardon me, to be able to build containers. I've really enjoyed getting to show this to you. You can grab the code for this session that we just built up on GitHub right now. Grab this code from robrich.org/presentations if the GitHub URL is too long. If you're watching this later, hit me up on Twitter at @rob_rich. For those of you who are here live in the conference, what are your questions? What are your thoughts? How can we take this build farther? One of the questions I often get here is, so is this Azure specific? How would I do this on Amazon or on OpenShift? Now, one of the things that we really focused on here is just doing Docker and Kubernetes commands. All of our steps inside of our Docker file are not cloud specific. All of our Kubernetes YAML is also now not cloud specific, with the exception of this one annotation that is Azure specific. And all of the steps inside of our GitHub Actions are also not cloud specific. We happen to be deploying this to Azure, but we're using standard Kubernetes and Docker commands. So the only difference between doing this in Azure and doing this in Amazon is where these secrets point to. If these point to an Amazon container registry instead of an Azure container registry, or an Google Cloud registry, then it'll push there instead. Or if you're running an on-premise cluster, then it'll deploy to that cluster as well. Another question I often get here is, well, how do I do this in a different language? You know, here we did it in .NET. How would I do it in Node or in Go? Now, that's a great question. Here in our Docker file, we've specified the steps that we need to be able to build out our .NET website. And we've specified the base image that includes our .NET build tools. If we replace this with Node content, like if we change this to Node Alpine, and if this was npm install and run npm run build, then we would accomplish the exact same process, but now we're building a Node project. We could do the same things in Python or in Ruby or in Go. This methodology will work great in getting any content into a container and getting that container launched inside of a Kubernetes cluster. Well, this has been a lot of fun getting to share with you how to level up your DevOps with GitHub Actions in Kubernetes. I'm Rob Richardson. You can grab the code online right now on GitHub. Hit me up on Twitter with questions and thoughts, and I'd love to continue the conversation. Thanks for joining us.